The next place Violetta showed him was the huge vacant lot where Circus was located. It was once a site for a large building, but development was cancelled for some reason, leaving nothing but a huge open space. Perhaps the reason the development was cancelled was because there were only shantytowns around, so the conditions for moving in were not very good. As a result, the city was virtually abandoned, and Circus took its place and was using it. Standing tall in the center of the vacant lot is a shabby but large tent. It was a circus troupe that Circus was proud of and was especially crowded today. A song came out from the inside. "I'm trying the musical you mentioned. It's still in the early stages, but seeing what I've shown in a demonstration, the response is good. I plan to open a theater in earnest to attract customers after trying it a few times at an outdoor venue in the near future." When I went inside the tent, the cheerful singing sound became clearer. Circus members were seen on the central stage of the tent. They threw off the bizarre outfits they were wearing before and were dressed as neatly as possible. The guests could not take their eyes off the spectacular performance of singing and dancing to the music. Although it was just a rehearsal, most of the reactions were favorable. Pinion is also very active in this matter. He was so happy with himself that he completely quit smoking. Pinion, the leader of Circus, the man with dwarfism, was singing with all his might on the podium. Surprisingly, he had an excellent singing ability. At first, he, the leader, was curious about what kind of song he was singing, but now he is at the forefront. In fact, he must have wanted to do it the most. He's an unusual man. I wasn't honest. After this rehearsal is over, we will start ticketing in earnest. Have you decided on a theater where the musical will be held? There's a theater that was built a long time ago, but was closed because no one came. The location isn't bad either, so I paid a lot of money to fix everything. The same goes for the surrounding streets, and the people are already watching with interest. Let's see. Rudger could see why what was happening in the slums was also in the ears of the upper class. If they make such a big deal, everyone will be interested. Do you think people will gather? First of all, the reaction from people around us is favorable, but it is also true that there are far more people who do not know about it. That's why you need old kids. Let's go to the next place. Violetta stepped out. The two of them came out of the circus tent and stopped in front of a building while walking on a clean footpath. It's a publishing house run by old kids. The building, which had previously been used as an illegal gambling place for the Red Society, was renovated to become an office. You're here. At the entrance, Mistella greeted us with a smile and Dion stood beside her like a stone, as always. Violetta folded her arms and stared at the two with disapproval. Mistella, didn't you go to work? The owner is going to come here himself, so we can't leave. You have to check the progress of the project yourself. Wouldn't it be right for us to guide you ourselves? Their eyes were tangled in the air and Violetta shrugged her shoulders. Yeah, do as you please. Mistella was the right person to explain exactly what was going on inside. She smiled and invited Rudger inside. Let's go in, owner. Yeah. Rudger couldn't get used to Mistella acting so mature. A cute little girl like a doll runs a business that adults should and does it with all her heart. She was precocious, but on the other hand, it was also unfortunate that she was not able to live in a good environment and had no choice but to mature early. There were a lot of machines running inside the building and countless papers were running fast along the rails. It was recognizable at a glance that a thin book was made by a machine. I made what the owner told me. Is it called a magazine? Rudger silently grabbed a finished magazine and opened it up. What was written on the inside were various gossips that usually appeared in magazines. Looking through the contents, Rudger nodded. It's not bad. Although it fell short of what he imagined, but given that this was the first issue, it was rather above the threshold. Most of the information can only be obtained through newspapers, and as a result, there is almost no way to find out information that the newspapers did not provide except for organizations that buy and sell confidential information. In particular, since most newspapers only publish articles favorable to the upper classes, the middle and working classes were reluctant to buy newspapers. Even in these areas, the class gap still existed and the magazine was a decisive business item that would reduce the gap between those classes. The main purpose of the magazine is to make the news more accessible to the public. However, if it contains too much information, it can be boring, so entertainment content was added to the back of the magazine. It was a short novel that can attract people's attention, a collection of short stories called pulp fiction. Pulp fiction on Earth means cheap short stories that were serialized in magazines made of cheap paper. However, the reason why you cannot look down on this pulp fiction is because it is the way you can enjoy genre literature the most. Even in this world, mystery, adventure, and horror novels are gaining popularity. However, people who lack leisure time and feel pressured to pay for books are not enjoying this at all. So, what appeared as a substitute was pulp fiction published in magazines. It seems that a lot of writers have gathered. There's no one who writes without money. Most of the writers of this era, except for the few who published bestsellers, were poor and couldn't even eat properly. For such poor writers, listing their short stories in this magazine could be a kind of livelihood, and since a lot of money was invested in the magazine, a lot of writers flocked to make some money. This will be a landmark first publication, but if it grows in popularity, I plan to expand into other fields. Roger said with conviction. It doesn't matter if you fail. So, don't worry about that and make as many copies as possible. Mistela and Dion widened their eyes as if in surprise at the fact that they would not be held accountable if the magazine failed. Most people tend to ignore even the mistakes made due to their carelessness and pass them on to others, but Roger didn't. After all, the money is overflowing. Even if it fails, he can make up for it because he has a lot of money. Mistela was at a loss for words. Really? Yes. Mistela wondered how he could say it so easily and how he could put those words into practice. We are the abandoned people of the city. The slums are places that have been given up even by Leathervalk. Most of the development in the city is for the rich, and the place where the lower classes live is effectively abandoned land. No one even pays attention to this place, and no one cares. Who do you think would throw a penny to trash like you guys? Every once in a while someone came over here and tried to benefit, but in the end, even such a person deliberately approached with a mask in order to retrieve even a single pearl from the mud. The moment they realized that they had nothing to gain from here, they showed their ugly inner side and fled. It was natural not to trust anyone. Because they were abandoned, they didn't even have expectations. So when she first saw the vision that Roger presented to them, she was half suspicious. What he wanted in return for giving them the business ideas was their obedience, so she thought that he wanted to use them too. But when she accepted the proposal with that one hope that she could escape from this terrible reality, Mistela never dreamed that the choice she made would be something she would never regret for the rest of her life. Roger got to work right away. He released a huge amount of money, she didn't know where he got it from, and distributed it all over the slums. The mayor, who said he would step up to promote equality in the city, and the house members who used to say that they would do their best for the lower class, repeated the same thing over the years just to say it, but Roger has created jobs for the slums with huge funds in the last few weeks. He showed them the way to go and gave them the impetus to move forward with actions, not words. The priority is to spread the #1 release to as many people as possible. If we build a reputation and recognition with it, more people will come. That's why I'm spreading rumors, using the kids on the streets. Children receive all kinds of news, but on the contrary, it is also possible to spread rumors. When children hint at their parents, they create rumors among themselves. I think you're doing well, so I'm leaving now. Yes. Goodbye, owner. After making sure that the old kids were working properly, Roger left the building with Violetta. It was confirmed that the women of the Black Rose, Old Kids, and Circus were steadily carrying out their respective businesses as Roger taught. It's still in its early stages, so it costs a lot of capital, but if the business gets on track in earnest, it will steadily earn more than the money invested. Roger is not a philanthropist. He invested money in this slum because he was confident that he could earn more. Once he confirmed that the process was going smoothly, Roger decided to focus on his work. Where are you going now? I think you've checked everything. Let's go meet someone. Who? You can think of them as colleagues who will work with us in the future. Originally, he was going to move alone, but he thought he could introduce Violetta to them. As such, it was Roger's turn to guide Violetta. Roger took Violetta to the downtown area of Grand Chapel. Why are you here? There are a lot of women. What? Violetta stared at Roger in disbelief. She didn't think he was that kind of person. I know what you're thinking. What? I didn't really think about that. I'm not the target in the first place. Look at that. Roger raised his hand and pointed to one side. She looked carefully to see what was there and saw a man talking to a woman. It was an unusual man, dressed in a suit that was common among people walking around, but what stood out was his exotic skin color. His skin was brown, as if from a southern kingdom, and his curly hair shone as if gold was melted and woven into threads. "Who's that?" "My colleague," Roger replied and walked slowly toward the blonde man. Meanwhile, the man was reciting all kinds of honey-filled words to attract the attention of the lady. "Beautiful lady, would you please give me a chance to have dinner with you today?" I can't." At first, the lady refused, but she was about to fall for his sweet talk, then Roger stepped in. "That's it for the conversation." "Huh? Who are you?" The lady grimaced as Roger interrupted at an important moment, but as soon as she saw his face, she smiled. The brown-skinned man also smiled awkwardly at Roger. "Haha. Leader, you're here? But what are you doing here? Don't I still have time left until the appointment? I think I'll be late again if I leave you like this." "I'm sorry, miss, this guy here is my colleague, so I'll take him." "Well, go ahead." Roger spoke with courtesy, and the lady waved her hand and said it was okay. He immediately grabbed the man's back and dragged him forcibly to where Violetta was. "Oh. There's another beautiful girl here." As expected, Leathervelk has great waters. As soon as the man saw Violetta, his eyes lit up and he smirked. His neat teeth glowed white in the sun. "Is he really a colleague?" "Yes. His actions are frivolous, but his skills are real. That's why you're the leader. Calling me all the way to this city means there's a hot adventure waiting for us here too? What other heart-pounding beauties and gold and silver treasures will greet me today? Are you really talented?" Roger opened his mouth, letting go of the back of the man he was holding. "Let me introduce you. This is Alex, who will be working with us. Nice to meet you, beautiful lady like a rose. Even if I look like this, I'm from a noble family in the southern Fatima kingdom, so take care." "Is he a noble?" Roger corrected Violetta, who was surprised, and asked. "Be careful. This guy is a scammer." "You're a con artist?" Violetta looked at Alex, who was still smiling, with astonishment. "Did he cheat her right after meeting?" Alex asked Roger, ignoring the astounded Violetta. "Leader, why did you suddenly call me here? Now I'm going to settle down in earnest." "Oh, is the long wandering life finally coming to an end? So what am I going to do here?" "What you're good at as always." Roger answered in a low voice so as not to be heard by the passers-by. "We're going to rob the Kunst auction house this time." "What? You're going to rob the Kunst auction house?" Violetta, who was listening to Roger, muttered without realizing it, and immediately covered her mouth with her hand. There were many ears around and she would not have made such a minor mistake normally, but it was so shocking. "There are a lot of people here, so let's go back to the hideout and talk about it." "Oh, there's a hideout, too?" Alex shrugged and followed Roger with a light step. "More than that, since he's the leader, will he gather more members?" "Members?" "The unusual people whom the leader often spoke of." "No, aren't they all human?" "Yes, I did." Roger nodded. "And besides you, the rest of us are in this city by now." "Oh, I'm curious about that. Who are they? What if they're too normal for what I expected?" "If it's normal, what part are you talking about?" "Their abilities." At that, Roger paused for a moment. He moved his foot, which had stopped as he pondered on something. "It won't happen." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A train station in Leathervelk. The station, which boasts a floating population of more than tens of thousands every day, was crowded with people even in broad daylight. Mechanical devices installed everywhere spun around to announce that the next train was coming. Some people checked their tickets and sat down thinking it was not their turn yet, and those who were taking the train stood on the platform to wait for the upcoming train with their luggage packed. Pa. Soon, the train arrived while the horn was heard from afar. "Ellie, let's go." A woman grabbed her child's hand and dragged her away. Maybe she pulled too hard because her 6-year-old child lost the balloon was holding in her arms. "Mom. My balloon." "Oh, my." The balloon rose to a height beyond the reach of the child and the mother tried to correct it, but it was too late. The rising balloon has already risen to a height that even adults can't catch. Balloons. It was the moment when the child looked at the balloon with tearful eyes that a coarse, huge hand popped out and grabbed the balloon string. The child looked up at the person who held the balloon. Wow. To a child, all adults looked tall, but even considering that, the man in front of them looked especially huge. People around him were also surprised by the man's size and glanced at him. Here. Pantos bowed his head and handed the balloon to the child. The child received her balloon back from his hand with shining eyes. Thank you, Mr. Giant. The man with long white hair like a lion's mane answered by lightly flicking the brim of the hat on his head. Thump. As the giant walked down the road, people made a way for him. At that moment, a young voice came from right behind him. Mr. Pantos, do you know the way? Surprisingly, the giant was not alone. Everyone was surprised by his size, so their attention was focused on him, so they didn't even think to give a glance to the dwarf man next to him. He was a man in contrast to the grim giant. At an age that seems to stand at the crossroads between a boy and a young man, he even had a bright smile on his face. He was a man who suited the term midong, handsome boy. Pantos, the giant man, paused for a moment at the words of his colleague standing next to him, and scratched his head with his thick fingers. He was usually doing it when he was embarrassed. The small man, as if he knew it, stabbed Pantos in the waist with his forearm and took the lead. Follow me. The leader told me where to go. How do you know? He told me through a crystal ball. Pantos, you were listening to it with me, didn't you know? I don't remember. Yes, I suppose so. The two strange people, the thin man and the white-haired giant, took their first steps in Leathervalk. *****. Here it is. Rudger took Alex and Violetta to the secret hideout of his new organization, UNON. Brother, are you here? Yes, Hans. Hans, who noticed Rudger's visit, welcomed him. However, unlike usual, dark circles were engraved under Hans' eyes. You've been tired lately, haven't you? Not recently. I've been tired for a long time. The last person I want to see is here. Just in time, the one who made Hans so tired appeared. Huh? Hee hee. Oh, long time no see, boss. Yeah, it's been a while. She was a woman with a gloomy impression. Her orange hair, which was dyed as thick as autumn leaves, was not organized, making it look like a strawberry house. Her appearance was beautiful enough for her to be called a beauty, but the unique gloomy atmosphere, smile, and trembling pupils undermined all of those advantages. Violetta looked closely at her figure and was surprised. You're an elf, aren't you? What stood out most were her ears. Elves are a subrace where everyone is beautiful and is born with the power of nature. The orange hair and the sullen woman's pointy ears were a sign of her identity. Yes. I'm elf. She replied with such a grin that made her look like a drug addict. Rudger thought she wouldn't be able to say her name properly at that rate, so he introduced her. She's Bellaruna Pedena. As you can see, she's an elf, mainly responsible for the production of drugs and chemicals. She has medical knowledge, and she's good at alchemy. An elf? Alex, who was meeting Bellaruna for the first time, also asked back in surprise at Rudger's words. Why? Is there a problem? I can't say there's no problem. That person, no, that elf. Yeah. You said that Bellaruna lady is an elf. That's right. Don't you think it's weird? Elf manufactures drugs? Do they have extensive medical knowledge? Alex's point was valid. Elves are a race of forests and are loved by nature. That's why elves worship nature more than anyone else and hate artificial things extremely. Human-made drugs, and all the new chemicals that emerge with the development of science, were the things elves hated the most. However, it is unbelievable that there is an elf that manufactured drugs and made gunpowder. Not all elves do that. Alex, won't other races see you and think that all humans are con artists? That's true, but isn't your evaluation too harsh? And don't you think that's too old-fashioned? Elves have also long accepted change. That comment is very elf discriminatory. Elves still live mainly in huge forests that are not easily accessible to humans, but many elves have accepted the change of the world since the conquest war that took place half a century ago. Among them, some elves travel to know the wider world, and others are fascinated by the field of science. Of course, Bellaruna is one of the greatest elves. Although she has an eccentric personality, her skills are real. Did you just say eccentric? Anyway, she will be of great help to us. Even the magic reagents that Roger uses while fighting are all made by her. Ballerina grinned as if his compliment was pleasing to the ear. Then, she recalled her purpose and immediately approached Hans. Now, Mr. Hans. Shall we talk about what we couldn't do before? Arg. Get out of here. You crazy elf. Brother. Please help me. Hans begged, clutching Roger's trousers. I haven't been able to sleep properly since that crazy elf came. She's trying to use me as a test subject whenever she has time. The nightmare of the past few days passed like a panorama before Hans' eyes. Ballerina approached Hans from time to time and forcibly extorted body tissue. She injected strange drugs into the food he was eating, and even when he was sleeping, she crawled in her bed and cut him with a scalpel. Ballerina replied with a smile. Mr. Hans, what do you mean crazy? I'm just a knowledge seeker and I like new discoveries. Why are you seeking that knowledge from me? Yeah, it's because Hans has a very attractive constitution. That's okay, right? Wouldn't it be nice to have a little bit of your finger? You might grow it again when you transform later. Grow up? What do you mean to grow up again? Get out of here. Roger sighed, it seemed necessary to clean up this mess. Huh? People are already here. At that time, a clear voice was heard through the open entrance. Everyone's eyes turned to and saw a man with long gray hair and a young man smiling at this side. Both of you arrived on time. Yes, I was almost late because Mr. Pantos went off the wrong track again. I see. Anyway, almost all the people who are going to gather are here. Come on in. Roger clapped his hands and caught everyone's attention. I'm sure some of you already know each other, but some of you are new, so let's get to know each other. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The meeting room was filled with various kinds of people. Some sat on the sofa, some standing still, and some leaned against the wall. Roger spoke. Everyone got along well. You all know why I called you guys. I'm going to get over my long wandering life and settle down, and at the same time, I'm going to create my own power. The foothold is this Leathervalk? When asked by Alex, who was sitting on the sofa crossing his legs, Roger nodded. As you all know, I called all the people here, but most of you don't know each other, so let's each introduce ourselves briefly. Hans was the first to step forward. Hans, as you can see, I've known you for a long time. My main job is collecting and organizing information. Is it an expression of his will that he doesn't want to be looked down on at this moment? Hans gave a solemn air with a lot of strength. That's it for my introduction. Hans. What's wrong, brother? You have to say something else. Something else? No way, that too? Hans frowned when he realized what Roger was telling him to say. Are you serious? We will be together in the future. It's better to talk about it now since it's bound to be revealed when you work anyway. Well, if that's what you say. Hans hesitated a little and then confided in his real ability. I'm a bit of a peculiar person, exceptional compared to others, but that doesn't mean I'm weird or anything. Hans, who thinks his ability is a curse, was not very happy to speak about it. Eventually, Sheridan, who couldn't resist Hans's chatter, rose from his seat and approached Hans' back. She pulled a beast's tooth out of her pocket and poked Hans. Arg! Hans screamed. He looked like he was about to cry when he saw Sheridan laughing and the beast's teeth in her hand. This is why I didn't want to tell you. At the same time, change began. Oh, my God. Wow. If ordinary humans suddenly grow hair from their bodies and turn into half-human, people will have various reactions, but the reactions of the people gathered here were a little more boring than expected. Hans looked at his hands and stared at Sheridan. What teeth did you use? I just took it because a stray cat was brushing its teeth. What, a cat? Hans looked hurriedly in the mirror. He now had a bizarre appearance of a half-cat and a half-human. He suddenly felt a strong urge to lick his fur with his tongue. Hans, take it. Roger took a reagent ampoule from his pocket and handed it to Hans. Thank you, brother. After receiving the ampoule, Hans injected it directly into his body. Soon, his size gradually decreased and returned to his original human form. Roger opened his mouth. As you can see, Hans has the characteristic of taking the beast's factor into his body and turning into that beast. He's not a combat agent, but this particularity is also Hans's strength. Why-oo. That's amazing, I can't believe a human being can change like that. Alex's eyes shone with admiration. Roger stared at the crowd. And the same goes for you. All of you have one thing that's special. Roger has encountered all sorts of extraordinary things while traveling for a long time across the continent, and those who could not get along with those around them because they had special abilities and outstanding talents. Roger had reached out to them and encouraged them to join him because special things suit special people. So, who was going to introduce himself next? Sheridan, who injected Hans with cat teeth, poured cold water on the quiet atmosphere. Then I'll go first. My name's Sheridan Iron Feet, and as you can see, I'm a dwarf. Her white hair, tied in two ponytails, swayed up and down her as she moved. She had red eyes and soft brown skin and looked like a very cute girl, but anyone who knew her true colors would never be fooled by her appearance. There was a monster inside her that was different from her cute appearance. My hobbies are development and invention. I love working on all kinds of things. Of course, I mostly like machines, but my favorites are gunpowder and bombs. If there is any chance that Sheridan will touch the gunpowder, be sure to dry it. Unless you want to die together. Roger added a remark. The fact that Roger warned them explained how dangerous this dwarf girl was. When Sheridan finished introducing himself, the next batter was Bellaruna, who was looking around. Hello. My name is Bellaruna Pedana, and as you can see, I'm an elf. My specialty is drug manufacturing, alchemy, and explosives. And if anyone is injured, I can treat them. I don't have a doctor's license, worked as a field doctor before. Hair dyed in dark orange like the autumn leaves in the mountains, which was not properly groomed, was so long that it covered her eyes. And the most unusual thing is that she looks like a loose, crazy woman even though elves have intelligent and arrogant images. In fact, it was not wrong to say that she was crazy to some extent, as she smelled the drugs she works on every day. Bellaruna has been treated like an outcast among elves, so she escaped from the forest and ran away to a city where humans lived, but because of her gloomy personality, she didn't get along well with others, so she lived in the back alley as a doctor. However, unlike her ugly appearance, her skills were real. In fact, there were rumors that the drugs she manufactured were much more effective than those on the market. The magic recovery pills that Roger often eats were made with the advice of Bellaruna. Oh, let's do our best from now on. Hee hee. As she spoke, her eyes were on Hans and he trembled. With this, 3 people, including Hans, have already finished introducing themselves. The atmosphere shifted towards the need to explain oneself. Next up was Alex. Ugh. You can't keep your mouth shut in this kind of atmosphere. My name is Alex, and as you can see, I am just a commoner without a last name. Alex shuddered, took off the hat on his head and used his fingertips to fiddle with his golden bangs. I don't have any specialties or talents that stand out like the others in front of me. But if I have to say it, I'm confident that I can do better than anyone else when it comes to melting women's hearts. And lying. Violetta added curtly. Alex smiled and nodded at the criticism. Of course, my artistic work sometimes involves falsehood, but it doesn't matter, does it? Until you get caught, lies will be the truth. Alex the con artist, an exuberant handsome man with an exotic appearance, is good at winning the favor of women by using sweet words and excellent acting. He is also a natural liar. I've learned a lot of skills, but I can't really show off to the people here. That's how Alex's self-introduction ended. The next man to come out was a giant with white hair like a lion's mane. Even though Roger and Alex were not short because they were over 180 centimeters, the difference was so big that they looked 2 heads smaller than the giant. In fact, even in this large space, Pantos was bowing his head slightly, otherwise his head would hit the ceiling. I'm Pantos. Nice to meet you. What? Is that the end of your self-introduction? When Alex asked, Pantos kept his mouth shut. In that delicate atmosphere, the man who came here with Pantos spoke. Mr. Pantos doesn't talk much, so please understand. He has a very quiet personality. I'll tell you instead. Who are you? Hans looked at the man and asked. He was a man of a strange atmosphere. He has a smile that looks like a good person, but he's somewhat heterogeneous and looked like an ambiguous mix between a boy and a young man. If he dared to rate his age based on his appearance, he wondered if he would be the youngest among them. Except, of course, the dwarf Sheridan. Just looking at his appearance, he is a handsome boy that ladies like. His dark brown hair was well organized and he was wearing a neat suit. "Oh, my name is Arpa. I don't have a surname like you. Is there anything unusual about you? And how did you get to know him?" "You mean Mr. Rudger?" "Well, if I may say so, I'm close to Mr. Rudger's child." "What?" It was Violetta who asked back in surprise. She stared at Rudger, wondering if that was true. Could it be that he had a child like that? "I don't know what you're thinking, but I'm not married and I have no children." But he just said. Just because he is close to a child doesn't mean that is a real child. And the case of Arpa, it's a bit unusual. "That's right. I am special." Arpa smiled and agreed with Rudger's words. "I was just born, so I don't know much about the world yet. The reason I recognize Leader as a father is because of how much he showed and taught me." "I can't believe you were just born." Everyone is looking at Arpa suspiciously, but the unknown boy smiled and did not stop introducing the giant. Once again, back to the self-introduction, "This is Mr. Pantos. As you can see, he's very big and he looks scary, but he's actually kinder than anyone else." "Oh. And Mr. Pantos is not human." "Mr. Pantos? Can you take off your hat?" When Arpa urged him, Pantos took off his hat on his head and his hidden ears were revealed. "You're a Suan?" Suan is a species with animal powers born naturally, not like Hans, who transforms into different animals. They are a physically superior race to humans, but even considering that, Pantos was exceptionally large. Mr. Pantos was born with an unusually strong body. Well, looking at him, he must have had a tough job, right? Mr. Alex is right. Mr. Pantos has been doing a lot of things because of his strength, but the most representative of them should be whale hunting. Whale hunting? Alex questioned his ears for a moment while everyone stared at Alex because of his overreaction. Ugh. Aren't normal beasts afraid of water? What Alex said was not a prejudice against the Suans. In fact, the Suans live mainly in the southern part of the continent, in a land full of vast grasslands and deserts. They had a naturally powerful body, but they were small in number and were especially afraid of water. So the Suan people never lived near beaches or rivers. But what about whale hunting? Wouldn't he have to go out to sea? Everyone stared at Rudger, wondering if that was true. No matter what anyone says, the person who knows Pantos best in this place is the man who gathered them. Yes, that's right. Pantos is a Suan, but he's a little unusual and he's not afraid of water. Huh. Brother, then it's almost complete, isn't it? A beast man who overcame the fundamental weakness of the species. In addition, Pantos looked much larger and stronger than normal Suans. Looking at that thick forearm, the muscle line is revealed on top of the extremely wide-ordered clothes. It looked as if the muscles would rip off the clothes and pop out if you put strength into it. In fact, with Pantos' power and skill, he deserves to be called a hero among the Suans. But he doesn't like it very much, so Pantos gave up leading the clan and came out to the outside world. Why? Because there's prey. It was Pantos himself who answered the question. That's why Pantos went out to sea. He overcame the inherent fear of water that the species possessed, held a giant harpoon that matched his size, and hunted whales in the stormy sea just because there was prey. Is hunting your specialty? Pantos shut his mouth again. You answered earlier, but now you're silent again. Hans was annoyed by the frustration, but he didn't show it. If Pantos shook his iron fist once, his head would explode. Rudger went on to explain instead. Pantos likes to hunt huge prey. He regards it as his destiny. Then how did you come across Pantos? He tried to hunt me down. What? Everyone was surprised by Rudger's words while Pantos and Arpa remained unresponsive. Hunting? Brother? That big guy? Yes. When Pantos and I met for the first time, he came to hunt me down. Seridan asked, tilting her head. But Nari is not a whale. Huge prey is a bit of a metaphor. Pantos wasn't just hunting whales, he was just trying to hit something like a wall he couldn't cross. In other words, the reason Pantos held the harpoon was to overcome the inherent fear of his species, confront the harsh environment and to go beyond his own limits by hunting giant prey that were several times larger than himself. It is Pantos' own belief and a kind of sublime ritual. Therefore, Pantos' hunting targets were not just whales. It was worth it, because it was important for Pantos to fight against beings that could make him risk everything he had. That's why he's here. Because brother is strong, he's going to hunt you? Yes. Roger clenched his head. If so, isn't this giant Suan just a madman? No, rather than that, he said he was trying to hunt brother, but brother looks very fine. Seridan asked innocently, perhaps to solve Han's question. But Nari looks very normal. Of course. Because I was the one who won the fight back then. Wow. At Roger's confident answer, everyone looked at Pantos and wondered if it was true. Pantos, who was standing silently, said, Roger is right by nodding his head slightly. Yeah, I fought with this guy. But this man was too strong. At first, I pushed him, but I was the one who lost. Pantos still hasn't forgotten the fight. No. It was right to say he couldn't forget. He traveled the continent dreaming of a fight against a strong being, and if he judged someone as a strong being, he would fight them. Thus he has won countless battles. Then he heard news about a wandering wizard. It was said there is a wizard who is so strong that no one can touch him recklessly. At that moment, Pantos recognized the existence of a prey that he could challenge, and since he had a sixth sense that is far superior to humans, he went to the wizard and started a fight, but in the end was defeated. It was strong. Pantos calmly spoke of his defeat. Brother must have suffered too. If I had to tell the story of that time, I would say that there was a bit of a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Pantos came to hunt a great wizard, but in fact, his initial target was not me. We just bumped into each other and ended up fighting. What? It wasn't you? What do you mean by that? So this giant man mistook his prey and fought with Roger? Well, who was he originally going to fight? Bellaruna was curious, so she asked, and everyone's attention was focused on Roger. Roger sighed and said, my teacher. Roger Kellisai had a teacher, a benefactor who taught him magic and how to live in this world. But at the same time, he is also the one who traumatized him after overworking him. While traveling with his teacher, Roger went through many things. Most of them were extraordinary and difficult experiences. Of course, I won't deny that I came to my current position because I had those experiences. Still, it was inevitable that I sometimes thought, wasn't it a little too much then? Because of his teacher, he was involved in various incidents and was hurt a lot. That was the case with Pantos. The Suan race are naturally born warriors, and Pantos was born way superior to them. Although the normal Suan race members have superior physical abilities, there is no big difference in appearance from humans. Except for the ears and tail, there are more fine muscles attached to the body, and the elasticity of the muscles is far superior to that of humans. In terms of appearance, it was meaningless to distinguish the differences, but Pantos was different. He showed a big difference in appearance compared to other Suan people. Even at a young age, one head was taller than children of his age, and nearly twice the size. When he was a child, he was almost comparable to an adult, and now that he is an adult, he's way more than that. He was not slow or dull due to his large size, in fact, he was faster than other Suans. His steps on the Great Meadow were faster than wild horses running in the wind. At that time, the tribe had no doubt that he would be the next chief, but Pantos rejected it for one reason. This place is too small for me. His heart was always directed at a wider world. He wanted to use all his power, to risk it all and bump into it. It didn't matter who it was. If there was just a huge wall, it was important to jump over it. Pantos also traveled around the world and challenged many beings. While he was wandering like that, he came to a small fishing village at the northeast end of the continent. Pantos stayed there, overcoming his fear of water, hunting whales, and overcoming his limits. He became stronger, much more than when I was in the meadow. His spirit was renewed and his ego enlarged. At that time, he was going to challenge Roger's teacher. The wizard Pantos was originally aiming for was my teacher. In the first place, there was no famous wandering wizard except for him. But why did you fight for him? Pantos came when my teacher wasn't around. Ah. Pantos came to see Roger's teacher. However, at that time, his master was absent. So, did you fight? I said my teacher was away, but Pantos didn't listen. Pantos came to fight the strong. Roger said his teacher was gone, but Pantos didn't believe it because his sixth sense kept warning him that the man in front of him is strong. Pantos opened his mouth, feeling a little embarrassed. I fight because you feel strong. Pantos was convinced that his judgment was not wrong then. The moment he actually entered the fight, Roger showed incredible strength and knocked him down. In the beginning, Pantos had the upper hand. The superior physical ability and hunting instinct created by the wildness of the Siouan people were enough to defeat a wizard. The swift magic used by Roger did not hurt his robust body, and the coordinate magic he used was read by Pantos' transcendent senses and evaded. Nevertheless, Roger also narrowly endured without being unilaterally beaten by Pantos. The fight was fierce until Roger's mana gradually diminished. At that moment, he used real magic. When Pantos thought of that time, he felt the feeling of fear that he thought had been completely overcome resurface. I fell down in an instant. I didn't have time to resist. It was an indisputable defeat for me. Pantos would not exist in this world now if Roger's teacher had not returned at that time. And later, when he came to his senses, Roger made a suggestion. You have something in your heart that cannot be resolved. If you need help, then please come to me. That's why Pantos responded to Roger's call. A strong man who mercilessly defeated him called him and he said he would remove the thirst hidden deep inside him. I couldn't help but follow. Even when suddenly he entrusted a boy named Arpa to him and asked him to show the world. Even when he told him to be quiet until the next time he called. Pantos silently fulfilled those words because he was convinced that only Roger could give him real meaning. Roger, the person involved, said in a tone that it was not a big deal. Whatever happens, Pantos will be the main fighter in our organization. His actual combat power ranks second. There was no one to refute that statement. Pantos' overbearing appearance and the momentum flowing from him were shouting that he was a strong man. There was no one here who couldn't feel it. You all have your own roles. Pantos is a combat agent, Hans is in charge of intelligence, Seridan is in the development department and Bellaruna is in charge of drugs and pensions. Leader, what about me? Alex, you're a reserve who's in charge of field entry and fighting in case of emergency with me. A reserve? Your evaluation is a bit poor. Your greatest ability lies in being able to cope with any situation. There is no one who moves as fluidly as you do and performs well in the field. Roger. What about me? Arpa asked, raising his hand. The naive question put Roger in a dilemma. Arpa, what did you learn while you were away? Well, I've seen a lot of things in the world with Mr. Pantos. Did you feel anything while seeing them? I do not know. I can't seem to find anything like that yet. Oh, but I am sure of one thing. What was it? This world is really beautiful. The conversation was difficult to understand by those not involved in it. Is that so? Roger reflected on Arpa's words with his arms crossed. Then he said. Arpa is smart. You can remember everything you saw at once. Everything? Without missing anything? Yeah, from the moment I called him here. How many people he ran into by the side of the road, and what they looked like. Arpa remembers everything. Arpa's specialty was called total memory, though only one of his specialties to be exact. With this ability Arpa doesn't have a special role since you can do anything. You can do anything. The meaning of the word was great. Everyone is exceptional in one field in this place, but Arpa encompasses all those fields. Violetta gulped. Indeed, as Roger said, all of them had missing screws, but they were not ordinary. And lastly, Violetta. What? Violetta did not understand why Roger called her. You will also work with us. Me? Violetta had never heard of such a thing, so she turned it around politely. I just came here to guide the owner in the first place. I am also very busy with my current business. The business is already progressing step by step, isn't it? Because I designed the clothes. Didn't you finish them and organize the draft? That. Violetta couldn't think of anything to refute. To be honest, there wasn't much she could do about it since the business was already on track. She needs to periodically check to see if things are going well, but in fact everyone will be fine without her. Still, she said that there was one reason why she was uncomfortable with this position. I don't know if I can join this place. This was her sincerity. Violetta saw the face of the people she gathered in this place, and she realized at first sight. These are colleagues who hung out with the man named James Moriarty, or now Roger Calasai, and she is not fit for this position. Why do you think so? Well, everyone else has their own merits, but I don't. Violetta. Roger called her name quietly. If you weren't good enough, I wouldn't have brought you here. Still, there is only one reason why I brought you and introduced you to everyone. You deserve to be with us. Me? Violetta spoke in a trembling voice. Is that really possible? Of course, I don't talk nonsense. I'm not good at magic either. It hasn't been long since you learned it, but your aptitude for wind magic is very high. You didn't have anyone to teach you, but this will change from now on. My status is low, too. I don't judge people by the insignificant standards of their status. There is only ability that I see. But No more excuses came to mind as she was speechless when Rudger said he acknowledged her. Watching the scene, Rudger turned his back from the wall. It's a complex face. Good. Let's do this. You don't have to say such nonsense. You only have to answer one thing. Violetta's eyes, which were on the tip of his toes, headed back to Rudger. He was now staring at her with an unshakable stare. Would you like to join us? When asked, Violetta was surrounded by strange emotions, especially yearning. She thought that she wanted to be with them, but her status was low, and she had only learned a little bit of magic. Will she really be worthy of that position? Maybe just being here would be an insult to this place. But Rudger didn't. Rather, he urged her to join them. How can she reject those words that seemed to see through her heart accurately? Even so, no words came out. So far, she hasn't shown it, but once she realized it, her situation and self-esteem caught her ankle and took hold of her. Rudger spoke quietly and softly. I want to hear your sincerity. Violetta caught her breath for a moment to calm down while Rudger waited quietly for her answer. Having regained her composure, Violetta smiled broadly at Rudger. I'll join you. As a result, Violetta became the leader of the Women of the Black Rose and also a member of the UNON. That's good. Rudger nodded with satisfaction, then he glanced through the crowd. They are all the best people he knew. It's a shame that not all of them came, but this much is more than he expected. Then let's start a strategy meeting to learn each other's skills. And to say the reason why he gathered them. We're going to rob the Kunst auction house soon. Kunst holds a big auction once a year. And this year, in particular, the organizers put in more effort to hold the event in a grand manner. The largest auction in the world. As such, the items in this auction are so rare that it's hard to see them somewhere else, and among them there is a relic fragment that Rudger was desperately looking for. Rudger's initial purpose was to obtain the relic fragment. But after the recent incident involving Luke, he decided to change course of action a little this time. Director Ivan Luke, the man who flirted with Selena at the last banquet and picked a fight with Rudger, is the organizer and general manager of the auction. Rudger wanted payback. I'll have to go big this time. Stealing the relic fragment is already a matter of course, so there is no reason to leave the other valuables stored together while stealing the fragment. The recent project in the slums has consumed a considerable amount of money. If the opportunity arises, it is necessary to prepare the funds in advance for the future. Is there anyone who doesn't think this is right? Leader, I have a question. It was Alex who opened his mouth first. Yes, tell me. Robbing the Kunst auction house certainly looks interesting to me, so there is no reason to refuse, but there are a few problems. For example? The auction that's going to be held is pretty famous, so many wealthy and powerful people will attend. Right. It'll be the most crowded this time. Rumors about the auction are already spreading abroad, so all the items will be of the highest quality. I understand what you're doing, but the security will also be strengthened. How are we going to deal with that? No one denied the statement because everyone was thinking the same thing. As the scale grows, more people will come, and if that happens, there will inevitably be a group of suspicious people. Unless Luke is a fool, he will take enough measures to prepare for any possible danger. And as far as I know, in the case of the Kunst auction house, I heard that no one has ever robbed it. This was the part that Alex was most worried about. He raised his fingers one by one and pointed out the issues one by one. The Kunst auction house is the place where the most money circulates in Leathervalk. Billions of dinars are coming and going, so all of you know what kind of guys this rich people have with them. Hans, who was still, answered instead. Expensive bodyguards that are first class in terms of both records and skills. That's right. Add to that the guards hired by the auction organizers, and the Kunst auction house is truly an impregnable fortress. It is not that there have been no people who have tried to rob the Kunst auction house. In fact, attempts to steal auction items by all means have been steadily existing since the past. The number of attempts exceeds 3 digits and the number of times Kunst auction house was robbed. 0. The auction house, which is 20 years old this year, has never allowed a thief's muddy feet in the last 20 years. There was no one here who didn't know what that meant. Rudger is now seeking to rob Kunst's auction house, which no one has succeeded in for 20 years. With this few members. Alex shrugged and rattled. If we hadn't known each other before, I would have said you're crazy. I understand. The reason Alex didn't left and accepted this ridiculous suggestion seriously was because it was Rudger who brought it up. I wouldn't believe it if it was someone else, but it's a different story if it's what the leader said. Alex said so and examined the reactions of his colleagues around him. Well, I think everyone else feels the same way. No one here was looking at Rudger with suspicion. They are aware that it is nonsense, but they are taking Rudger's words seriously. It is a reaction that can never come out unless solid trust is accumulated. So, what's the plan? You'll know once you see it. Hans. When Rudger called his name, Hans moved immediately. He brought a large drawing paper he had left in the corner of the room and spread it out in front of everyone. Sheridan's eyes shone when he saw the picture unfolded inside. Is this a drawing of the Kunst auction house? Yeah, it's a real drawing that I've had a hard time getting from someone who built it 20 years ago. There were some parts that were worn out over the years, but the drawing was still looking pretty good because it was stored carefully. Rudger raised his finger and pointed at the bottom of the drawing. Our destination is here. Is this, underground? Rudger nodded to Arpa's question. The Kunst auction house was an unimaginable building, and there was a huge underground space beneath it. This is the underground facility of the Kunst auction house. The items for auction are kept here, 40 meters below the building. 40 meters? That's crazy. How do we get in here? The only way down is an elevator, stairs don't even exist. There's only one entrance and of course there is only one exit as well. It's literally the perfect place to store important things. I don't think it'll matter if we sneak in somehow. Hans shook his head at Alex, who was stroking his chin and muttering. It's going to be hard. Why? It's not just that there's only one entrance and one exit. The interior is so heavily fortified that it's like a royal castle. Hans took some paper out of his arms and put it on the drawing. It was a blurry picture that was not printed properly, but it was not unrecognizable. These are the guards at the Kunst auction house. Guards? But they're all wearing armor. Bellaruna, who was watching the picture closely, said. The people in the picture were all wearing full-plate mail, which is a product of the old days. Hans nodded. Surprisingly, these guys in armor are the guards. While everyone else is dressed in stylish uniforms, they wear armor made of special alloys. Is that possible? I don't know how much money was given in order to obtain the city's permission to do this inside the Kunst auction house. They poured astronomical sums into this. Did it cost that much? Just because of the armor on the guards inside? It's a kind of show-off, and the armor itself isn't ordinary. It's also a specially made armor, and I'm quite intimidated myself. And above all else, the ones inside the armor are also formidable. Hans said so, and took out the data he had prepared separately. Violetta thought it was amazing when she saw it. Because the appearance of Hans I've seen so far was the epitome of someone who is unreliable. Where the hell did he get that data? She realized why Rudger had that man around and why he said he was specialized in gathering information. The guards at the Kunst auction house are called the Black Guards, and here is a list of some of them. The personal information of several people was written in the material Hans pulled out. A former mercenary leader who led a huge mercenary corps, a retired knight, a skilled knight, etc. It would have been tough to fill the guards with only this kind of people. That's how much money they put in. Of course, the numbers aren't that high and these guys work in 3 shifts, but probably not on the day of the auction. A space of 30 meters underground with only one entrance, and all the troops guarding the interior are like knights, and after taking into account the escort force of the guests visiting on the day there wouldn't be enough space for a needle to pass through. Well, that's enough. Hans hit an additional blow to Alex, who was wondering if there was any possibility. By the way, the road leading to this cellar is full of all kinds of alarms. Only authorized people can pass from the entrance to the basement, and the alarm is filled with magic down there. What? And the biggest problem is that they can see the storage room in real time. They can check it out in real time? Is that possible? Look at this. Hans said so, and brought out the materials he had prepared in advance. 3 years ago, a wizard from the old tower presented a unique artifact. It was a modified crystal ball. A modified crystal ball, that's interesting. The tower has decided that the effectiveness of the artifact is useless. So the patent didn't fall, but rather it was rejected, and Luke approached the wizard like a ghost to buy the rights for that artifact. And is this the artifact? The paper Hans brought had a rectangular glass plate drawn on it. The magic crystal ball was shaped like a sphere made of glass mixed with mana stone, which was thin and wide. It looked unfamiliar to others, but it was familiar to Roger because it resembled the TV displays on Earth. Compared to regular crystal balls that can only transmit voices, it is said that this one can show images in real time. I can't believe they're using this artifact to supervise the storage. Sheridan trembled as if she was horrified. It was more of an outrage than admiration, because such a great artifact was used for such a menial thing. Hans continued his explanation, ignoring the spirited Sheridan. Anyway, as long as there's an artifact that's transmitting this real-time view of the archive, we'll be caught quickly even if we succeed in breaking inside. Is this the end? Even entry and exit is possible under strict control, and the only passage is an elevator that goes 30 m underground. There were blackguard everywhere, magic alarms dotted inside the underground space, and lastly, artifacts that allowed them to monitor the inside view in real time. Yes. When he was finished, Alex patted his forehead with his fingertips, because he was dumbfounded. Is it possible to pierce this? Everyone's eyes turned to Roger. Of course. Despite the overwhelming attention from everyone, Roger nodded his head without changing a single expression. It can be pierced. Leader, are you really serious about that? There's no reason for me to lie. But. Apparently, you're most wary of this artifact that can watch real-time scenes from a long distance. Alex nodded. There seems to be no way to avoid it since it was watching the inside view 24/7. What if you break it? That is also a problem. Even if you break it and cover yourself, people will come after you. After all, you have to move without getting caught by that artifact, and if you're not invisible that can't be possible. That's why he expected an answer from Roger, and that was not a problem, because Roger was already familiar with the artifact. I didn't know there were things like modern CCTV here. Of course, considering the times, this magical artifact is very innovative for the people here. I have an idea. Owner, what are you talking about? Violetta, who had been listening in silence, couldn't resist her curiosity, and asked. Instead of giving a direct answer, Roger called Hans' name. Hans. Yes, brother. Is it possible to check the structure of the underground storage room that can be watched in real time through this artifact? What's lacking in this drawing? The detailed structure of internal items is not shown in the drawing. Is it possible? It's possible. Hans pointed his finger to the drawing of the Kunst auction house. There's only one way to and from the underground vault of Kunst, but it's only the way for people to go. Hans pointed to one side of the drawing. There was a small passage connecting the ground and the underground. However, the size was so small that people couldn't go through it. Sheridan, who noticed what the structure was, said. It's a vent. Right. The cellar has to store valuable items, so it basically has to maintain temperature, humidity, and cleanliness. There's a limit to magic. That's why the air has to circulate periodically, and there are many vents through which it passes. But how are you going to get there? Are you going to go in yourself? I'm not going there myself. You think I'm going to rub myself in that narrow hole? You weren't? No, I wasn't. I have a friend to go in for me. Friend? Sheridan looked around. No matter how hard she looked at the members gathered here, there was no one that could go through that narrow hole. Hans sighed at Sheridan's immature appearance. At that moment, there was a small cry in one corner of the room. There was a small mouse there, facing everyone's eyes. In an instant, he crawled up and stood before Hans. As Hans leaned down and reached out his hand, he climbed up and settled on his shoulder. This friend will do it. Did you just call the mouse your friend? Hans, I'm sorry. I've been bothering you a lot lately, haven't I? I'm sorry, Mr. Hans. You must have been under so much stress. Why do you look at me like that? Hans frowned at Sheridan and Bellaruna attitudes. It's not like that, so don't worry about it. You know, my constitution is a little unique. It's not good, is it? Anyway. I borrow the beast's characteristics to increase my strength, but in fact I have a separate way of using my powers, and that's communicating with these kids. Communication? With animals? Hans thought it would be more convenient to show in person instead of talking, so he carefully placed the mouse on his shoulder on the table. Then he lifted his finger and pointed at his mouse. Turn around. Then the mouse spun around. Stop. When he told him to stop, he stopped right away. Land. When his fingers took the shape of a gun and he pretended to shoot, the rat flopped to the side. He was pretending to be dead. It's amazing. Pantos, who had been silent until now, exclaimed softly. The fact that there are humans who can communicate with animals made him feel like seeing a different world. Oh, can't Mr. Pantos talk to animals? You're a Suan. Being a beast doesn't mean you can communicate with animals. It is something that only tribal shamans who have been trained within the tribe and who can properly handle the spirit of Mother Nature. Even so, only simple communication was possible. There was no case in his memory where someone gave such detailed instructions and the animal executed them. In fact, Hans was rather embarrassed when Pantos, the Suan, said so. Well, is that so? I just did it. In fact, the reason Hans was able to gather information that others did not know was because he had the mice rather than doing it alone. People think that animals have low intelligence, but they just don't communicate with humans, and in reality, they are quite clever. Above all, the senses of animals were often far superior to those of humans. Well, anyway, if you send a few more with this friend, you'll be able to check the inside structure in detail. But how are you going to do that? I'm trying to open up the possibility. Roger stroked his chin and looked at Sheridan. Sheridan. What came into your mind when you saw this artifact broadcasting images in real time? Well, it's definitely an interesting thing. The other crystal balls deliver sound through the wavelength of mana, but this shows the surrounding scenery. The person who made this first was pretty clever. But why are you asking? If the conditions are good enough, can you make something similar? What if it's similar? For example, applying the same surrounding scenery to this display. Display? Realizing that there is no such proper noun in this world yet, Roger immediately added an additional explanation. This is the term used to refer to this thin, wide plate. I thought it would be good if you could make an object that sends a video over here instead of this display, right? Oh, my. Display. That sounds pretty good. Anyway, what Nori is saying is that you asked me if I could make an object that sends a video over here instead of this display, right? Yes. It is possible. Because there is actually a thing called a projector. I could make something similar to it, but the quality cannot be guaranteed. The lack of time can make it less durable. I don't care. I won't use it for a long time anyway. But what if I made this? Looking at this shape, I think the crystal ball and the display are filming the artifacts, so I don't have to make a display? You don't have to make it. Huh? Why? When Sheridan asked with his head tilted, Roger replied in a tone that it was nothing. Because something has already been made. Is it already made? Ah. Sheridan and other members who were listening quietly noticed what Roger was saying. Why Roger wanted to check the details of the interior structure of the storage room and why he wanted to create a projector to transmit images to the display. Alex. Yes, leader. You should, act in the middle. Act? Like what? It would be nice to be a child of a noble family from the Southern Kingdom. He doesn't know the world but has a lot of money and will be going on a spree. You'll also need an outfit. Violetta. Yes, sir. Can you make Alex a garment for the Southern aristocracy? It has to be a very luxurious design. Anything you want is possible. Good. Bellaruna. Yes, yes. What should I do? Roger threw an ampoule filled with red liquid at Bellaruna. Bellaruna took it with her hands in a hurry. What about this? It's a drug made by a black wizard. Analyze it. Yes, yes. And just in case, it is harmless to the human body, but it'll make the skin very itchy if it comes in contact with it. I think it can be widely distributed. I think it's possible. Then you should mass produce it. All right. Roger's eyes turned to Arpa. He seemed to be already excited about what orders Roger would give him. Arpa. Yes. You stand by for now. Am I not doing anything? Because you don't have to do it right now. Until you have to act, stay still. Shit. Pantos, you too. Got it. Unlike Arpa, Pantos immediately nodded his head in agreement at Roger's words. 1 week left. Until then, let's do our best. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. MMM. While eating, Renee stared into the air with an unfocused gaze. Irender, who was watching the scene from the side, called her. Junior Renee? Junior Renee. What? Yes? Looking at Renee, who barely came to her senses in surprise, Irender, who was eating together with her on a mat, stared at Renee with a worried gaze. What's going on these days? Does your body hurt anywhere? Oh, no, it's not like that. Come to think of it, I heard you were caught up in a terrorist attack while working part-time. Did you get hurt badly then? No, I didn't get hurt. Even then, Mr. Roger. Mr. Roger? When the name came out, Irender reacted with wonder. However, Renee, who actually brought up Roger's name, was once again immersed in her own world. Irender sighed, grabbed Renee by the shoulder and shook her lightly. Yeah. Oh. Sorry. I ended up blanking out again. What happened to Mr. Roger? What? You said something about Mr. Roger earlier. Don't tell me, did the teacher touch you? As Irender's expression gradually turned cold, Renee shook her hands desperately. It's not like that. What is it then? He saved me when I was in danger. Oh, was that so? Then why are you spacing out so much? It's just, I suddenly have a strange memory. What do you mean, strange memory? I think I've met Mr. Roger before. Irender had a solemn expression at Renee's words. Didn't you feel that way because he saved you in a time of crisis? Oh, is that so? I saw it in a recent paper. Was it called the swing bridge effect? Is it possible that you have fallen for teacher, Junior Renee? What? Renee's face flushed. It's not like that. Don't make fun of me, Senior. I'm glad you said no. If you really did. What if? I would have stopped you at all costs. What? Irender's words were completely unexpected to Renee. Senior, do you dislike Mr. Roger? Rather than dislike, it's a bit ambiguous. It is true that the new teacher changed the class conditions at will, so I was annoyed at first, but he has proven his ability. But I can tell. Mr. Roger Kelisai has a dangerous smell. Dangerous smell? What the hell is that smell? How can I put this? Well, Junior knows that I'm a princess, right? Yes, I do. Is that so? Oh, no. I did. Yes. Renee answers hurriedly to Irender, who asks back, narrowing her eyes. Come to think of it these days, Irender has shown such an unexpected appearance that she has been undermining her dignity as an imperial princess, and Renee forgot about it. Well, anyway, I'm a little sensitive about other people. Should I say I'm sensitive? I have no choice but to meet a lot of people because of my position. That's why my senses have developed in this way. I can roughly know who the dangerous ones are. Oh, I see. But the biggest problem is, because of my sister's existence. What about your sister? Irender has one older sister, one older brother, one younger sister and one younger brother. Basically, the imperial family is fighting or competing with each other for the right to succeed to the throne, but surprisingly, the Exilian Empire didn't have such a thing. This is because there was an undisputed successor that no one could refute. Surprisingly, it was the first princess, not the second prince. The second prince was capable and had a strong reputation, but even he couldn't stand a chance against the first princess. The first princess was so different to the extent that jokes have been made saying that she's no longer human. Even Renee, who was ignorant of this part, had vaguely heard of the first princess, so it was worth guessing how high her status was. What's wrong with the first princess? It's purely because of my sister that I'm looking at people and distinguishing whether they're dangerous or not. Aren't you family? As an orphan, Renee couldn't relate to the existence of the older sister Erander spoke of. However, Erander's expression showed that she was not very pleased with her sister. No. There was even a subtle fear in her eyes. Anyway. I realized one thing when I saw Mr. Rudger. You realized? That teacher. Erander von Exilian, as the third imperial princess, remembered the moment when Rudger Kelisai appeared in the classroom and the dangerous and cool momentum he exuded. He's similar to my sister. But isn't it a compliment if you say he resembles the first princess? What the hell did you hear me say? My sister is a dangerous person. Erander still had chills when she remembered her older sister, first princess. Although she came all the way to avoid her sister's interest and oppression, the fear of her still remained as a scar deep inside. That's why Erander wasn't very happy with Rudger from the first time she saw him. The teacher looked like her sister. Well, I don't know. In fact, even if Rudger was a dangerous person, Renee didn't really care about it. Obviously, the first impression was that he was a scary person that was difficult to approach, but when they actually talked, it was easy to see that he wasn't that kind of person. He even saved me in a dangerous moment. When there was a quarrel at the training ground, when a werewolf attacked, and when she was almost caught in the attack of the fire giant at the banquet hall, Rudger saved her life. He even taught her about magic and lent her books. Huh? Thinking like this, I just got something from Mr. Rudger, but I didn't do anything for him. Of course, there is a difference between the status of a student and a teacher, but even so, if she only received like this and does nothing, then there is a problem. What should I do? I've been thinking about it for a while, but I can't think of any special gift, because Mr. Rudger didn't seem to need anything. Above all, I was eating with Erander now, so I had no time to think elsewhere. Anyway. Junior Renee, watch out for Mr. Rudger, okay? Yes. I'll try. Who? That's enough. But you're okay now, right? You seem to have been very busy since the test. A little. Would you mind not talking about the test? Erander avoided Renee's gaze. She wanted to show her a great performance as a senior, but it was a shame because she messed up the test. Even the maids who followed her to protect the dignity of the royal family urged her to study. Because of that, it was hard to meet Renee, a friend she had only recently made. But it's okay now. We're guaranteed free time. Of course, if she messes up the next exam, then it will be worse than now. Oh, yes. The more confidently Erander said something, the more uneasy Renee felt. Having these feelings won't constitute a crime of disgrace to the imperial family, will it? Then, will we continue to eat together next week? Renee suddenly remembered that she had an appointment with Fruden not long ago, and she didn't think the appointments should overlap. If it is not possible, it seemed necessary to tell the senior in advance whether they would eat together or postpone it. Well, wouldn't it be hard when the classes don't overlap? And next week, well, I'll be busy then. Is something wrong? There's a big auction at Kunst next week and they're begging me to come. Erander is a princess, but she didn't particularly like such formal occasions. However, the problem was that, because Luke's auction was so large this time, a large number of key figures from other countries gathered. The Empire also had to be represented by the right person, and Erander was the only one that could attend the auction. At least she wasn't the type to turn away from the responsibility of her own identity. It will definitely be a bothersome and annoying place, but she had no choice but to go since she was a princess. You must be having a hard time, too. Are you worried? Thank you. Oh, my. What? But I'm worried about Junior Renee. Without me, Junior Renee would have to eat alone. Yes, well. Since Erander looked at her with sorry eyes, she couldn't say that she had more people to meet. It seemed like Erander was looking at her as a comrade without friends. How would Erander react if she said, I have someone else I can eat with? Let's not do it. She didn't even want to say that out of curiosity. Anyway, have a good day, senior. Don't get hurt like me. I'll be back in a little while just to show you. The Kunst auction house is also famous in the Exile Empire, so it's very secure. Erander waved her hand, saying. Don't worry. Could something happen there? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Lindebrugn, the capital of the Exilian Empire. In the center of the great city, a white, majestic imperial castle that dazzled in the light of the sun took its place with deep roots. A woman entered a place that was dark even though it was daytime because the light did not come in properly. She was a beautiful woman with fierce eyes and silver hair that grew long to her waist. "Did you call me?" It was Trina Ryanhell. She bowed her head, kneeling on one of her knees, to the one who had called her. But there was no reply from the other party, so Trina remained seated with her head down silently. The figure of the person sitting at the top of the room was not visible. A shadow was cast, so all she could see was a part of her lower body and her right hand, which received a little light. The white and slender jade hand moved around the chessboard next to it. After putting the last piece on the chessboard aloud, the owner of the room opened her mouth. "I heard the investigation failed. I have no excuse. It's an interesting thing. Ryanhell's coming back without getting the hang of the case." At first glance, it sounded like she was blaming her, but she didn't. The owner of the voice was purely admiring the fact that she had failed. "I have no excuse." "All right, raise your head." When permission was granted, Trina could only raise her head. "So you really didn't get anything? It has been confirmed that there has been some kind of experiment. It's just. So you didn't know more than that?" "Yes." "Well." The owner of the voice seemed to be troubled for a while, then moved her hand again to grasp a chess piece. It was a white knight. "The werewolf incident in Leathervalk." She muttered and knocked down a black pawn on the chessboard. "Death of the Godfather, Belbot Rickson." Then, another black pawn was pushed down. "The ashes of a burned factory." Tuck. Another black pawn fell down, and when the white knight reached the end of the chessboard, her hand stopped abruptly. On the chessboard, where there should be nothing, a piece was blocking the way. Oh. The plan went wrong. If it would have gone as planned, Trina would have found out the real culprit of this incident and even caught the tail of those behind it. However, the flow was cut in the middle by someone. There was a disturbance, which I had not foreseen. If you say disturbance. The one who obstructed your investigation and covered up this case. The owner of the room put the knight on the chessboard, and the one in front of the white knight was the black king. The knight couldn't move forward because of it, like Trina Ryanhell, who's had a hard time with the investigation. Everything that should have ended smoothly turned out wrong. It is my fault. In fact, the voice of her who spoke had a hint of joy in it. Trina was inwardly surprised at the sight because the presence in front of her and the owner of this room said she made a mistake. She plays everything in the world like pieces on a chessboard, and in fact she had the ability and talent to do just that. Trina has never seen her fail. I don't know how long it's been. A completely unexpected interrupter stepped in. "Did something similar happen before?" "Yeah, that was when you weren't around the border." "Yes." "Well, it's no big deal. It's a story of when I was young, and I didn't have my powers yet. Although she is now wielding the power of the National Security Agency, she didn't have that much influence back then. Like everyone else, she had a time when she was alone. I, who had not yet fully achieved my power, had no choice but to get help from outside in order to increase my power." "Outside, you mean?" "Oh, don't overreact too much. Even if it was outside, it had nothing to do with other countries. I'm sure I won't get caught by you, the Nightcrawler Knights, because the person that I received help from was a wanderer with no connections whatsoever." "Are you saying that you only got help from someone like that?" "Yes, I got it." The first princess did not deny her past and shortcomings. "Even though I said I didn't have the strength at the time, I opened my hand to someone. It's a funny story." Recalling her past, the owner of the room and appointed as the next emperor of the empire, the first Princess Eileen von Exilian, curved her golden eyes like a crescent moon in the shadows. Trina couldn't believe that she, a tall, proud, and solitary superhuman, said that she had been helped by someone. "Trina, you think I'm kidding?" "No. I don't mean to blame you. No one would have believed me if I had said that. I am now that kind of person to you, but this is definitely true." Princess Eileen carefully lifted the Black King. "Trina Ryanhell." "Yes, Your Majesty. I'm sure you're familiar with the military, too." "Not much, but I'm sure I know enough. In the past, more than 5 years ago, the military prepared for a coup." "What?" Princess Eileen waved her hand to Trina, who asked in surprise. "Listen to me. It's over anyway." Anyway, the ringleader of the case was the Marquis of Tete-Peron, who controlled the military. In his later years, he became senile and determined to become emperor of the empire, so he secretly formed a military unit under his command and tried to stage a coup. It's crazy. It's crazy, but what's more surprising is that the operation almost succeeded. My incompetent father in peace knew nothing about it, and I had no means at that time. How on earth could the first princess stop the Marquis of Tete-Peron, who controlled the military? Trina, do you know about Black Ops? Isn't it a special unit that operates secretly in the Empire? People think that the Nightcrawler Knights of the Security Service are the most dangerous and dirty work groups, but that is wrong. In fact, there was one organization more unknown than them. If the Nightcrawler Knights were to deal with the dangers within the Empire, the Black Ops were people who were secretly active in other countries beyond the Empire. There was an Alpha team of the most dangerous guys in the Black Ops. The Alpha team. Eileen smiled softly at the muttering Trina. No, it's not. What do you mean? You think that I called the Black Ops Alpha team? That's wrong, it's the other way around. If you say otherwise. The Marquis de Tete-Peron, who was trying to start a coup, called the Black Ops Alpha team. The Black Ops lived in the shadows of the Empire, and the Alpha team was composed of the 6 most experienced members of the Black Ops. The one who eliminated the Alpha team by himself. What? Eliminating the Alpha team alone? Trina didn't understand what she said. The Alpha team is made up of a small number. However, each and every one of them is called a human weapon. Unlike the knights who simply received formal training, they were polished in practice, and they were also people with unusual powers that were not well accepted by the public. But someone dealt with them alone? At that time, I didn't have any talent yet compared to now, so I was immature, but I still had an eye for the flow. Is that so? I saw no coup, I didn't know who secretly supported it or how they might move. But he saw everything. Like the Black King she was holding. He appeared suddenly like a goblin, and disappeared suddenly like a mirage. After that, I tried to find him, but I couldn't. What I'm thinking is that the man who suddenly disappeared, maybe this is him now. Do you know who he is? I don't know. He didn't tell me his real name in the first place and used a pseudonym to hide his identity. The First Lady recalled the alias and laughed. Jack the Ripper. That's how he introduced himself. Jack the Ripper. The Jack mentioned over there is just a word with the meaning of anyone that represents an unspecified person. So, the man who introduced himself as Jack the Ripper simply named himself a man-killer. In a way, it was a really ignorant pseudonym. But if that's the man who killed all the Alpha team, the core of the forces that led the coup, the meaning of the name changes then. Ha ha ha. It's getting fun. Princess? Trina Ryanhell was puzzled when she saw feelings of joy in the eyes of the first princess, because she was always bored and it was also the first time she saw her laughing. It may not be fully revealed yet, but the fact that there's a trace like this means he's the one. Are you saying that Jack is going to act soon? He may or may not be. I don't know everything. But isn't it just as fun to not know? Princess Eileen's soft laughter echoed low in the audience room and her eyes shone sharply. I look forward to it. Roger, who was reading the magic thesis presented by the Magic Tower this time in his office, felt a tickling in his ear. Who's talking about me? It wasn't a big deal anyway. The moment when his magical powers are depleted, wasn't there even a voice calling him tenaciously? TSK, damn it. After taking the magic pill, it felt like the voice had subsided again. Roger dismissed it and turned his gaze back to the paper. Trina Ryanhell, who finished her audience with the first Princess Eileen, walked alone in the long corridor of the palace. Her gaze scanned the garden inside the palace outside the window. Trina reflected on the conversation she had with Princess Eileen. Eileen told the story of Jack the Ripper, a man who helped her in the past, and the fact that he might be in Leathervelk now. Jack the Ripper? Trina Ryanhell muttered the name to herself. It was the first time she had ever heard the name, but she felt a sense of déjà vu. There was something Trina couldn't say to Princess Eileen. In Leathervelk, there may be a named thief, Arsène Lupin, who she had encountered in the past and failed to arrest him. Jack the Ripper and Arsène Lupin. Perhaps. Trina, who suddenly stopped walking, came up with a hypothesis by contrasting what Eileen said with what she went through. What if Jack the Ripper, the man the princess mentioned, and Arsène Lupin, who's been hiding until now, are the same person? It was a thought that popped up like a small spark. There was no logic or rational reasoning, it was just a hypothesis made out of a flash of intuition. But Trina strangely felt her mind leaning toward this hypothesis. But, it's a little strange. Why would a person strong enough to wipe out the Black Ops Alpha team lead a wandering life? Is there any need for such a man to act as a thief? Killing people and stealing things. Both were against the law, but that did not put them on the same line. And, if he was that talented, wouldn't he be treated well wherever he went? I can't be too hastily. Maybe they're different people. However, as Princess Eileen said, it seemed necessary to pay some attention to Leathervalk. Trina knows best that she's not a person who talks nonsense. Eileen von Exilion, the first princess, the next emperor of the Exilion Empire, and the real ruler of the present empire. From an early age, Eileen clearly showed her talent. At least, Trina's assessment of her was a human being close to perfection. No. She is more than a human being, and she even feels alien. She has a brain that can acquire even complex and difficult knowledge at once, a keen eye for seeing huge flows at once, speech that shakes the hearts of others, and even the amount of natural magic and her talent for magic. In fact, the tower wanted to make the first princess their leader, but she refused, because she wasn't interested. Because she is so perfect and a person who can do anything, she started to feel bored with life itself. Although she showed unexpected interest and affection to her younger sister, the third princess, Irender, she left for Theon. Eileen was always spending her days in a swamp of boredom. She was always wearing a smile mask, but Trina could see her sharpness. I need to be on my guard. Fortunately, Trina has left a reliable subordinate in Leathervalk and she intended to contact Enya as soon as she returned. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. There were 5 days left before the Kunst auction and Roger walked around the grounds of Theon Academy to prepare for the next class. Near Rude, his assistant, Sedina Rosen, the Third Order of the Black Dawn, was chasing after him, carrying his class materials in her arms. On the way out to the main building where the classes were held, Roger met a familiar face. Is it Selena? Selena, Theon's first-year elemental studies teacher, was talking to someone. It was a man he had never seen before, but considering his clothes, he looked like a teacher. Considering that Roger doesn't know him, he is not at least a teacher in charge of the first and second grades, but at least a third grade. Roger stood still and watched the scene. The two are talking, but rather than sharing something because they like each other, the man was more of a one-sided talker. Selena just smiled awkwardly and accepted what she said. Given that she was a little troubled, the other person's intention must have been quite blatant. As soon as she was wondering whether to ignore this or help her, Selena found Roger and waved. Oh, Mr. Roger. The male teacher, who was talking with her, slightly distorted his face when he saw Roger. He quickly said goodbye to Selena and hurriedly left. He must have been embarrassed, but Roger didn't care about him, rather he had his eyes on Selena's assistants. Roger fixed his eyes on one of them. It was Joanna Lovett, who was staring at the teacher who was talking to Selena a while ago, also known as First Order of the Black Dawn Society Esmeralda, and the master of the fire giant that attacked the banquet. The moment he saw her, Roger wondered how to treat her. It's right not to make it obvious. Roger decided so, and greeted Selena lightly. Long time no see, Miss Selena. Yes, it's been a while. Who was that just now? What? Oh, that, he was a teacher in charge of 4th graders. Selena's reaction was somewhat awkward. What happened? Oh, no. It's all about worrying about what happened at the last banquet hall. That's what she said, but he couldn't have said it out of sheer concern. Obviously, that was just an excuse, and it must have been intentional. Selena knows that too, but she's such a nice person that she doesn't gossip. However, Roger, who had no intention of disparaging others who were not here, replied with a light nod. I see. Normally, the conversation would have ended here, but Roger didn't want to miss the opportunity to face Joanna Lovett in a place like this. Miss Selena. How have you been since then? I'm fine. Didn't Mr. Roger have a harder time than I did? I didn't do anything. His words seemed humble, but in reality, Roger was the biggest contributor to dealing with the fire spirit. Flinch. To that, Joanna Lovett had a subtle reaction. The other assistants did not notice her strangeness, but Roger, who was secretly watching her, did, but he pretended not to know and continued to talk with Selena. Since then, have you checked if the other students have returned safely? Ah. That's fine. All students are safe. My assistant was there at the time and said it was okay. Your assistant? Yes. Selina stepped aside slightly and pointed to Joanna Lovett. Joanna Lovett greeted Roger by bowing her head slightly. She was clearly drawing a line. That is fortunate. But when I think about it now, it's a bit disappointing. I should have done a little better then. You did your best. But I couldn't do anything. Couldn't do anything. Roger saw Selina with his own eyes summoning her spirits to help people evacuate. She can't say that she didn't do anything. Perhaps Selina felt ashamed of herself that that was the only thing she could do. If she had been a little stronger, maybe she would have fought against the spirit of fire with others. But all she could do was help evacuate the civilians and watch the others fight. Is that what you were thinking about? Selina, who always smiles brightly, has something to worry about. I heard from Mr. Viorano that Mr. Roger played a decisive role. It wasn't a big deal. As expected, Mr. Roger is amazing. Can I be like that too? When asked if that could happen, Roger shook his head. No, you can't. What? Selina opened her eyes wide. Usually the answer to a question like this would be yes, you can do it. Miss Selina and I are different. Even if Selina wanted to be like me, it wouldn't be possible. Oh, my God. Really? Yes, I see. Selina, who was about to be disappointed, was surprised by Roger's next words. But in other words, I can't be like Miss Selina. Oh, what? I don't know how to smile brightly and speak kindly to someone like Miss Selina. And I'm sure it's only possible for Miss Selina. Roger's words almost made Selina float. Don't try to be like everyone else. Miss Selina can do her job well enough as she is now. You know what? Mr. Roger is very special. Is that so? I don't know. If it were other people, they would have only said nice things to me, but Mr. Roger told me whatever you want. I'm sure everyone does. It certainly would have been because Selina is beautiful, and she was loved by everyone. Anyone wants to say something nice to her, and they don't want her to be hurt. But Mr. Roger is different, you're cruel and realistic. I apologize if it was hard to hear. Selina shook her head. No, I think it's a relief. You know, Mr. Roger. People say I'm a lovely person. Mr. Roger, do you think so? What probably? That actually means no. Selina burst into laughter at the words. That's not really the case. Maybe so. Are you hurt? No. Then Selina smiled with relief. On the contrary, I appreciate you treating me this way. I don't deserve to be loved anyway. The moment she uttered those words, her expression was cast with a dark shadow that he had never seen before. But it was only a moment, and Selina returned to her usual fairy tale princess-like form. Oh, look at me. I wasted too much time, right? Mr. Roger is going to class soon. That's okay. We still have a lot of time before class starts. Thank you for listening to my complaints. I'll buy you a meal later. You don't have to. No, you just have to eat it. Selina laughed like a child and took her assistants away, so Roger was left alone. No, he wasn't alone. Roger's assistant, Sedina Rosen, was with him. It's unpleasant. Sedina Rosen murmured in an irritating voice as she watched Selina's back receding. How dare she complain to Sir First Order? She's so arrogant. I don't care. You don't mind it either. But you need generosity to pass over these things. Yeah, that's right. As expected of Sir First Order. It doesn't matter when we're alone, but when we're with someone else, call me teacher. Oh. Recognizing her own mistake, Sedina Rosen blushed and bowed her head. Sedina Rosen. Yes, Mr. Roger. Can you find out about one person? What he did in the past or what his family history was like? Sedina nodded at the remark. Yes. If you let me do it, I'll know all about his in-laws and cousins. You don't have to do that. Roger, who had already calmed her down a little, cautiously gave Sedina an order. Investigate Joanna Lovett. Ordinary people would have asked why they should do that, but Sedina, who has already been properly trained by Roger, did not even think of doing that. She was just happy that Sir First Order had given her an order, so she just answered vigorously. Yes. After class, Roger immediately dressed up in his outdoor clothes and headed to Leathervalk. There are 5 days left before the auction. As time was running out, it was necessary to deal with the preparatory work as quickly as possible. You're here? As I entered the building, the meeting point, Alex, who was waiting there, greeted me. However, the atmosphere was clearly different from his usual appearance. It was because of the clothes he was wearing. You've become so handsome that I don't recognize you. Wasn't that why you dressed me like this? The attire Alex was wearing was not the formal or everyday wear commonly seen in the city today. A white, barrel-lined garment with gold thread all over the body. On top of that, he even wears a turban on his head, so his exotic atmosphere is much stronger thanks to his brown skin. Alex lifted the hem of his robe and admired it. Did you say Violetta? She's a pretty awesome woman. I can't believe she perfectly designed the clothes worn by aristocrats in the southern desert kingdom. Is it okay to wear it? She didn't just copy the surface, and it's so comfortable to wear, so I'll just wear it. I'm glad you said that. Don't forget, from now on you will be a noble of the southern kingdom. I know. Al-Ghur Musla, son of Al-Jihad Musla and the 8th concubine of the Fatima dynasty. He gave away all of his succession rights, but still, thanks to his father's blessing, he took over some of the mining business. And he's also a cool guy that captivates the women hearts. Take out the last one. That's too much. Alex smiles mischievously. But of course, Alex is not alone in this operation. Roger looked at Pantos, who was standing next to Alex, like his escort. Can you do it? If it is in order. It will not be difficult. After all, Alex here will do all the acting anyway. You just have to stand still and set the mood. Pantos' role was to be Alex's escort knight. Of course, he was also dressed in a distinctive southern costume, like Alex. His skin was also quite dark in color and he didn't give a sense of alienation at all, perhaps because of his gray hair, like a lion's mane, full of wild beauty. If you're ready, let's go. Whoa. I'm nervous for no reason. Here's the plan. First of all, Alex will meet Ivan Luke as the son of a southern nobleman. Kunst Auction House is an auction house, but there is a living space to serve guests. To put it bluntly, it is like a hotel. This auction is a large-scale event that will be held for a total of 3 days. As a result, many customers came to Kunst ahead of schedule. And all the guests who usually come are valuable hands. Leader, will Ivan Luke meet me? He'll meet you because you're not a regular guest. A car was waiting in front of them when they came out. Compared to other cars, it is a modern car with a glossy black color. The three got into the vehicle, and Roger's explanation continued. As you know, Luke is one of the largest conglomerates in the Exilian Empire. The field is so broad that they are found everywhere. Right. I know that. However, there are areas that Luke could not touch, like dealing with magical tools and artifacts. Artifacts? I get it. In the case of magic tools, the business is led by a prestigious high-ranking magic family. Right. Entrepreneurs who can't use magic don't dare to set foot in this field. The vehicle has started. With the gentle sound of the engine, it flows slowly through the city scenery reflected outside the window. But even if it's a company like that, it doesn't mean there isn't a hole they can go in through. Is that the magic liquid? Yeah. Magical liquid is the raw material for magic stones needed to make magic tools. And there aren't many places where the magic liquid can be obtained from. One of them is Southern Fatima. The Fatima dynasty is a country with a long history and tradition. How long do you think a nation can survive in that barren land, where the scorching sun burns and the desert is everywhere? That's because of the existence of a magical liquid called God's blessing. The Fatima dynasty is a country that has built up wealth based on the enormous amount of magical liquid buried deep in the ground. In addition, it has been confirmed that coal and oil, which are used in the recently developed field of science, are also found in large quantities. The magic liquid of the Fatima dynasty is a luxury that can make high-quality mana stones. Luke can't be the artifacts themselves, but if they get the right for raw materials needed for artifacts, the story will change. Well, from Luke's point of view, they have no choice but to focus on areas that we haven't entered yet. And the role that I'm playing right now is the perfect prey. Although he is the son of the 8th concubine who is not known to the public, He is bound to be a connection and a line for them. Ha ha ha. Actually, he's not even the eighth concubine's child. First of all, what eighth concubine? How can one man have so many wives? To Alex, who laughed jokingly, Roger responded with a serious tone. There is. Huh? Really? In the southern Fatima dynasty, a nobleman had more than 20 wives. On the contrary, the words eighth concubine child feel a bit understated. Leader. I desperately want to become a nobleman in the southern kingdom. Unfortunately, it is a place that values pure blood, so it is a structure that cannot be attacked from below. The religious doctrine is also difficult. Well, that's a shame. But what can I do? Since I'm acting, I have to make my role clear. What if Ivan Luke doesn't recognize me? Do not worry, because rumors have been spread in advance. The car has stopped. Sitting by the window, Roger opened the door and went outside since he couldn't go to the auction house with Alex. From here it was now Alex and Panto's work. Before closing the car door, Roger reached out to Alex. Take it. Oh, what's this? Alex wondered when he saw the little thing Roger had given him. It was a strange-shaped pebble-like object, but he couldn't figure out what it was used for. It's a portable communicator. Communicator? This little one? Seridan made it. If you wear it inside your ears, we can talk in real time even if you are far away. You may try it now. Alex wore a portable communication device handed to him by Roger in his ear. Is this how you do it? How is it? Can you hear me well? That's awesome. It sounds really good. Even the surrounding noise is not blocked. It's still a prototype, so it won't work for long. How much? At the most 3 hours. Well, that's enough. Roger, who finished speaking through the communicator, said before closing the car door. Alex, I believe in your ability. Oh, my. If you look forward to it, I'll have to show it to you. Pantos. You work hard too. I get it. Roger closed the car door and hit the roof of the car with his hand. The driver, who received the signal, started the engine and left. Roger stared at the back of the car moving away for a while, then entered into the alley. He was also wearing a portable communicator made by Seridan, so now all that was left was to listen to the situation. Asterisk. Sigh. At the entrance to the Kunst auction house, Ivan Luke repeatedly looked at the watch several times, shaking his legs restlessly. I heard he's coming, but when will he arrive? Director Evan. Let's calm down. It hasn't been long since the news was delivered, so he should arrive soon. His bodyguard next to him carefully opened his mouth, but Ivan Luke was not calmed down at all. The son of a Fatima nobleman. We must get close for the good of the company. Even if it's a parachute, he has the position of a director, so he also knows roughly how the company is run. And where Luke's company is vulnerable and what weaknesses it has. Wouldn't it be better to go inside and wait? Can't you understand the situation now? What if we wait inside and the other person arrives? If we make a bad first impression, will you take responsibility? Oh, no. Then shut up. This is an opportunity for Luke to push out the damn routine and expand our business properly. If he wins the magic liquid business right, he will have an opportunity to recover his father's lost trust. Of course, even if it wasn't for that, it was necessary for the company's interests, but what happened last time at the banquet hall made it even more difficult. At that moment, a black car stopped under the entrance to the auction house. It was not an ordinary car, just by looking at its appearance. He's here. Ivan Luke intuitively realized that his long-awaited guest had arrived. And his intuition became a reality. When the driver got out of the car and hurriedly opened the back seat door, what came out of it was an exotic handsome man with brown skin. He really came. Ivan Luke, desperately hiding his joyous look, lightly checked his outfit. Then he coughed and walked towards the man. It's nice to meet you. My name is Ivan Luke, the general manager of this Kunst auction house. Oh, I see. Nice to meet you. I have heard of you. Al-Ghur Musla, the 8th son of Al-Jihad Musla. Alex, now Al-Ghur Musla, smirked. Haha. You recognize me, who is virtually alienated from my family. I'm so grateful for this. No. How would you speak like that? Let's go inside. I'd like to serve you with all my heart. I will. And the escort. Ivan shut his mouth when he saw the escort from the passenger seat of the car. His own bodyguards are also the same size, but when a man one head taller than them appeared, he lost his words under the pressure. He had a solemn and heavy atmosphere and muscles that almost tore his clothes apart along with wild white hair. Ivan Luke gulped. Ha ha ha. Your escort is really great. Oh, do you recognize him? He's an incredible warrior that can fight 100 men. He's even a Suan. Oh, a Suan warrior. I knew it. Ivan responded desperately to Al Ghur's words, and he immediately gave his bodyguards a wink. Ivan's bodyguards, who had been given instructions in advance, moved quickly and cleared the way. The other guest looked at the grand welcome, but Ivan Luke didn't care about that because he had to focus on the man in front of him. Let's go. Mr. Guarantee. Haha Ivan. Don't call me Mr. Ghur, you can call me comfortably. From my perspective, you look the same age as me, isn't that more comfortable? No. I'd rather you do that, friend. Should I? Ivan's face flushed and he felt like flying in the sky as the guest that he had to convince came out so friendly. Alex received Ivan's hospitality and entered the Kunstauction house. He whispered in his ear. Leader, I'm in. I get it. Good luck. What did you just say? Oh, I was amazed for a moment because I like the interior. It's fascinating because it has a different tone from our kingdom. Ha ha ha. You have good eyes. This interior is made by a promising architect, Leidnars. Alex quickly scoured the auction house, replying appropriately to Ivan, who was excited and chattering wildly. Well, the hall near the entrance is pretty heavily guarded. As Hans told them, black guards in black armor were placed everywhere and stood guarding their seats. If he didn't hear it in advance, he would think that they just left the armor model in place. However, seeing the gazes through the gap in the black helmet, it was certain that there were persons inside the armors. I'll have to check another place first. The internal structure is already perfectly memorized in his head, but seeing it with his own eyes is another thing compared to checking the drawing. So Alex was guided by Ivan and toward the auction house. Ivan didn't even think to question Alex's identity. First of all, Alex's outfit, as well as his exotic and relaxed appearance, were the same as the nobleman he knew. In fact, Alex's realistic account of what happened in the Fatima dynasty was like that of the locals. Ivan, my friend. Come to think of it, there was one thing I forgot. What did you forget? I was given a valuable item on my way here, but I don't have a place to store it. With that said, Alex snapped his finger, and the man he had hired as a driver popped out a bag. The guards around him prepared for a possible situation, but Ivan raised his hand to stop them. What's that? This time, our family carried out a project to make a better quality mana stone using a new combination of magic liquid. Ivan's eyes were filled with greed at his words. Really? He tried to stay calm, but Alex was sure that he had already fallen for it. Where are you going to use it? Nothing has been confirmed yet. I'm here to check it out. Really? When are you going to decide? I want to decide right away, but since I'm here, I'm going to take a break. But I can't always carry these precious prototypes when I play, right? If I keep paying attention to things like this, I'll only get stressed. Haha. I understand. But I can't really think of a place to keep it. So I'd like to ask you, my friend, do you know any good places? Alex threw the bait and Ivan took it so easily. Of course. Follow me. There's a good place. Ivan immediately took the lead and Alex, who was watching his back, signaled Roger. Leader. This is Hugo. I will start the operation with Melville. I get it. Alex, codename Victor Hugo, and Pantos, codename Herman Melville, moved to the basement of the Kunstauction house. Ivan boasted that he would show the basement of the Kunstauction house. Alex, who already knew about it, was surprised that Ivan Luke himself came forward and introduced it. It's not really a secret. Ivan is acting like that for two reasons. One is that people are thoughtlessly stupid enough to easily expose such an important place. The other one. Even if he lets people know that such an important place exists, he is confident that they will never rob it. Alex thought the latter was obvious. Here it is. What do you think? Alex could feel from the moment he stood at the entrance to the underground why Ivan Luke could be so confident. It's bloody from the entrance. The elevator is the only way down to the basement and guards were guarding the elevator entrance. There are only 2 guards, but if they're knights, the story is different. And even the security of the entrance. Surprisingly, the elevator didn't have a separate button. Instead, Ivan took out a key he had brought beforehand and inserted it into an existing groove instead where the button should be. Then, the door of the elevator opened from side to side with a rattling sound. Is this not just a lift? It looks like it's made of pretty sophisticated machinery, so it won't open without a key. Alex pretended to be surprised at the sight, but his eyes did not miss the shape of the key. An ornate key plated in gold with a red jewel on the handle. Come on. Let's go in. Of course, my friend. Ivan Luke, Alex, Pantos, and other escorts got on the lift. The driver could not follow because this was a place where only invited people could come. As a result, Pantos was holding the case instead of the person hired as driver. The inside of the elevator was wider than expected, enough for more than 30 strong adult men to ride. It may have been made like this because a large number of objects are carried. Ring. Soon, the elevator door that arrived underground opened. Contrary to what he thought it would be monotonous, the inside was quite complex, with a long corridor and several passages. This is the basement of our Kunstauction house, where we maintain an impenetrable security that has not been breached by anyone for the past 20 years. Oh, that's great. Alex clapped his hands in delight as he skimmed through the scenery inside. I didn't know there was such a huge space in the basement of the auction house. Haha. It takes that much space to store the items for auction. My father, the chairman, has thought of that issue since he built this building. As expected of Chairman Luke. Ivan, are you the chairman's successor? What do you mean by that? Not yet, but I'll soon be. Ha ha ha. When Alex flattered him, Ivan couldn't control his excitement and talked about things that he didn't ask. This basement has a room where the guards live, and there is also a storage room. But the safest place is probably the auction room. It's practically a safe. Are you keeping my things there too? Of course. The meaning of this underground space is the storage room. It's made up of 3 large rooms, each with the latest artifacts to keep an eye on the interior 24/7. That's great. Alex was impressed, but checked against the information Hans had learned and confirmed that it was all true. Then where should I keep this thing? Of course in room number 3. Actually, there are 3 storage rooms, but they're not all the same. We divide the items in the order of importance and put the lesser ones in room 1, and the most important ones in room 3. Of course, everything is important since we store them, but you know what I'm talking about. Of course. No matter how valuable items are, there's definitely a difference between them. Ha ha ha. As expected, Guer, you're well aware of it. Poor, stinky commoners think they're all pretty and cool things, but people like us need to know how to properly identify the true nature of these things. Look at this watch I'm wearing. Suddenly, Ivan Luke starts boasting about the brand and ornaments of the clothes he was wearing. Alex thought they were the same, and tried to reciprocate his words, but suddenly stopped because the atmosphere of Pantos, which had been silently following him since a while ago, was not good. Pantos was now slowly getting irritated and Alex immediately gave Pantos a hint that only he could see. Hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to start a fight? Pantos had been staring at Ivan Luke for a while. The other bodyguards hadn't noticed yet, but Alex, who was sensitive to this, realized that it was only a matter of time before he would get caught. Oh, by the way. Alex clapped his hands to change the mood. Ivan also stopped talking to his heart's content. Come to think of it, I haven't eaten anything since noon today. Ivan, is there any restaurant you would recommend? You can actually eat here. Inside the Kunstauction house, there's a top-notch restaurant for customers. Then please guide me. Escort, hand over the bag. Alex glanced at Pantos, but Pantos remained silent and stood still. Although he knew from the first time they met that Pantos had a weird personality, he hoped that he'll not mess up the operation. Guer, what happened to your escort? Don't worry, he does that often. He's such a silent fellow that sometimes he doesn't listen to me. Is that okay? Yes, because his skills are real. Alex walked up to Pantos and whispered quietly so that only he could hear him. Are you going to violate the leader's orders? Pantos reacted for the first time when he mentioned Rudger. He had been trying to figure out how to keep Ivan quiet, since he was lapping in front of him for a while. It didn't matter what the operation was, because he hated seeds that had no strength and no spirit, but lived only with their mouths. But as soon as Alex brought out Rudger's name, Pantos realized that the leader had given him an important task, which was more important than anything else. Here it is. Pantos held out a large case in one hand and Ivan's bodyguard stepped forward and accepted it instead. Alex wiped his sweat at the sight. Shall we go eat? His purpose has already been achieved, since he has seen all the internal structures with his own eyes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Alex shared a meal with Ivan while Pantos stood still at distance from them, because he thought he might hit Ivan without realizing it. Alex thought it was rather fortunate because Pantos was like a ticking time bomb without Rudger and he almost raised suspicions in the basement storage room a while ago. But there was a profit. Before sharing the meal, Ivan showed Alex another place. It was the security control room that monitored the underground storage room in real time. In a spacious room, about 6 of what Rudger said were displays were hung on the wall, and the guards watched them. Was that how it was structured? Ivan may have been showing off, but Alex couldn't get enough of it. Thanks to this, he had a complete picture of how security was maintained here. Now all that's left was to inform his leader and colleagues of this fact, and to do that, he had to get out of this place quickly. Have a good meal. Just in time, the chef himself brought a plate of steak and placed it in front of him. Oh, I'll eat first. He couldn't refuse food made by a top chef. Alex raised his fork and knife, thinking like that. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After finishing the meal, Alex briefly told Rudger the details while Ivan was distracted. The plan is a success, leader. Really? That's a relief. It's exactly as the leader said. I checked it with my eyes, and remembered everything I saw. All we have to do now is execute the strategy properly, right? Of course, as long as you remember everything you saw. Who do you think I am? This operation can definitely succeed without an unexpected ambush. That's what my gut tells me. That's a relief. Alex was about to say goodbye to Ivan, but at that moment a woman walked into the restaurant inside the construction house. I am. Why is the manager telling me to wait here? What? Alex had a blank look on his face without even thinking about managing it, and he communicated with Rudger in a trembling voice. Leader, I'm in trouble. What's going on? An unexpected ambush has appeared. What? Alex's eyes could not be separated from the woman looking around the restaurant. She hadn't figured this out yet, but the moment the woman's head turned to look around, Alex unknowingly turned his back on her. Victor Hugo. Answer me. What happened? She's here. She? Who came? Anya, join us. The woman who just entered the restaurant inside the construction house was dressed in a dress, but she kept twisting her body around as if she was uncomfortable. She was the Nightcrawler night member that was staying in Leathervelk on Trina's orders. If it's Enya, is that Enya? Yeah, my ex-girlfriend. She was also Alex's former lover. Rudger, who heard the news from Alex, frowned. It wasn't a response to the news, but the opposite. Enya, join us? Rudger recalled that not long ago she had come to the teacher's office to find him. I see. Was it then? At that time, it was a knight wearing glasses called Lloyd who asked him about the werewolf incident. Trina Ryan-Hell also came to Theon, but thanks to the president, he never had to face her in person, but he remembers seeing her from afar through the window. At that time, there was another knight with Lloyd by Trina's side, but he didn't pay much attention to her, so she went unnoticed. It was Enya. Rudger also knew that Alex was an old lover of Enya. What happened to them in the past? Why did the two of them have faced each other here? Victor Hugo. Get out of there at once. Don't worry about anything else. I got it. Alex's answer came back over the communicator. He, who finished communicating with Rudger, immediately spoke to Ivan. Friend, I have to go. Are you going already? Haha. Since I've come to a big city of the Empire, shouldn't I look around a little more? Don't worry too much. I've checked it in, and I'll come back later. Oh, of course. More than that, the Mana Stone. We'll talk about it later. I want to talk about business at a more important place. You know what I mean, right? Yes, of course. Alex gave Pantos a signal. The operation was over, so it was time to leave. Pantos immediately followed Alex, standing by him like an escort. There are places like this in the world. Enya's voice echoed in his ear, and Alex glanced at Enya as he left the restaurant. She hasn't noticed him yet because he's Guer, not Alex right now. She hasn't changed. But inside, he also wanted her to recognize him. Before and now, Enya's appearance has remained the same. No. But compared to then, he can tell that she was a little more mature. Of course, she's still small and looks ridiculous, but Alex knew better than anyone how strong she was. But he bit his lips, because he can no longer approach Enya. You're a liar. He still can't forget the voice Enya was crying at him that day. So even if he met her in a place like this now, he had to pass it as if they had never met. Let's go. Alex swallowed his regret and left the auction house with Pantos. After returning to the hideout, Alex immediately changed into his usual light clothes. Sigh, this suit fits me the best. At least, fasten the buttons properly in the front. Despite Rudger's comments, Alex was hanging on the sofa and didn't listen properly. Rudger tried to say something but stopped. He knew that Alex was acting like that because he was so mentally exhausted. Just in time, the door opened and the members arrived one by one. Of the executives of the secret organization, UNON, only Bellaruna was absent, and she was busy analyzing the werewolf drug Rudger had given her. Everyone's here, so let's start the meeting. Rudger, who confirmed all the people gathered, looked sideways at Alex. Alex. All right. Alex shook his head and explained what he had seen at the Kunst auction house and what was going on inside, in particular the structure of the internal underground storage room. The other members listened to him with surprised expressions. That's all. Is it structured like that? Hans stroked his chin and asked Alex. You said they could see the inside from 6 spots? Yes, there were 2 artifacts in each vault. Is the internal structure of the safe all the same? All 3 are of the same size. There is a difference in how the objects are placed, but I remember all of that. Rudger said. Violetta, do you know any architecture or interior design experts? Yes, you can ask old kids for that. Seridan, how is the production of the items I ordered? It'll be done in 3 days. Please do it as soon as possible. I will. Besides, there's more than one thing to do now, aren't you rolling me too hard? Seridan pouted her lips and grunted. In fact, she was busy making a shooting device that mimics the artifact tool and a portable communicator, as well as other items. She's probably the busiest in this organization. But what can we do? We need the items to be done in the shortest time possible. But aren't you doing it because you like it? That's true. Seridan couldn't bear to refute. No matter what anyone says, she enjoys the whole process. In fact, even now, her hands are itching because she wants to make things quickly. The auction is held for a total of 3 days. The period is longer, especially as it is held in a grand manner, and every day the items that are auctioned will be different. When I checked the lists, what we were looking for was in safe number 3, which holds the most important items. So it's going to be auctioned on the 3rd day. On the first day, the items in safe number 1 will be auctioned, on the second day the items in safe 2, and so on. Since what we need will appear on the 3rd day, it would be appropriate to execute the operation on the 2nd day. Leader, why did you choose the 2nd day? They will be the most vigilant on the 1st day, since they must be alert in case anything happens. At that time, if we stand out even a little, we will be suspected immediately, but if we pass the 1st day safely, they'll be a little off guard from the next day, so that's the best time. It's certainly plausible. Is it better like that? It was Violetta who opened her mouth. You said a security officer was there? The Nightcrawler Knights of the Security Bureau have a reputation. But it's only one person. Alex replied, but Violetta snorted lightly. How can you be sure that there is only one? There may be more to come after that. And from hearing Mr. Alex's story, it seems that he's familiar with the security officer. Will that affect the operation? Hans and Seridan nodded as if in agreement with Violetta's words. Alex's role is to pretend to be someone else's, but things will go wrong if someone who knows his past will be there. It's more surprising than that. I can't believe you know a knight from the security agency. What was your relationship? What kind of relationship? It's nothing. They were lovers. It was Roger who answered, and Alex stared at Roger with a stern look. Leader. It's a lie that will soon be found out anyway. Pantos was there, so what's the point of lying here? Yes. He couldn't refute him, so Alex had no choice but to let out a sigh. He shook his head as if he had finally given up, raising both of his hands. We met a while ago, and were lovers for a short time. That's it. Alex's voice was so calm and heavy that they could not find his usual frivolity. Did you have an affair? Well, that's it. Alex smiled bitterly and did not deny Violetta's words, because she wasn't wrong. But I'm confident that I'll definitely do my part. So don't worry. Well, just looking at the information you brought today seems to be enough. I don't doubt you. The leader seems to think so too. Violetta didn't push Alex any further since Roger, the leader of the organization, didn't say anything. At that time Arpa, who had been quietly listening to them talk, raised his hand and asked a question. Then, will the operation proceed as it is? Yes, there's a security officer, but there's only one. It's still part of my prediction. So there's nothing wrong with that, is there? Yeah, it'll be alright as long as no more annoying people show up. Roger stared out the window. Dark clouds were gathering in the sky, and even in broad daylight, a light shadow was cast on the city. Seeing the sky making a loud noise as if it had a stomach upset, it felt like it was going to rain heavily soon. Is it a dark cloud from the north? That's unlucky. As long as there are no annoying people. At a railway station in Leathervalk, the citizens moved hastily as they had a hunch that heavy rain would soon fall from the dark clouds. The entrance to the train station, which would normally have been crowded, was quiet as if a war had broken out. At that moment, the cheerful sound of footsteps echoed in contrast to the desolate place. Finally, we're here. The woman, wearing a short beige trench coat that was refined to make it easier to work, looked back with a bold smile. Assistant, it's going to rain soon. If you are too late, you'll end up like a wet mouse. Wait a minute, Casey. Don't go on your own like that. I have a lot of luggage. It was a girl of a smaller build than a woman named Casey who came out protesting. She had blonde short hair and her age seemed to be between a teenager and an adult. Looking as if she had a doll-like perfect figure, she had a large lump of luggage on her back and under her arms that were 3 times her size. Why are you telling me not to be late if you leave all this stuff to me? It's because you're strong. Isn't it natural for a more capable person to carry the heavier things? It's an efficient distribution of work. It's sophistry. We're traveling in the first place, so what's the point of packing so much? Most of them are useless. They're not useless, they're tools to relieve my burning inspiration. At that moment, some of the bags held by the blonde girl leaned sideways and the contents inside spilled on the ground. It was a myriad of paper sheets. Ah. Seriously. What is this? I can't believe that newspapers and incident materials that you have collected from all over the continent for the past 5 years are piled up in my bag. Did you know that these alone are heavier than 30 books? Do I have to carry these with me? I need everything. So, Betty, aren't you going to move fast? The girl called Betty twisted her face. Why? Because it's going to rain soon. It's raining? That's definitely not a good thing. Betty didn't like being in the rain. It had to do with her birth, and she couldn't help it. When is it coming? The sky is dark, it's a little bit windy, and the humidity right now is about 5 minutes? It's not too late yet. 4, 3, 2, 1. At the end of her count a raindrop fell from the sky to the top of Betty's head. Ah. Betty's face turned pale. Her eyes turned to the sky from where raindrops fell one by one through the cracks in the dark clouds. Arg. Casey. It's raining. It's raining. I know. I'm not saying I know, I mean we should avoid it. Oops. The paper on the floor is going to get wet. Seeing Betty screaming at her, Casey unfolded the black umbrella she had prepared beforehand. When did you bring your umbrella? What about mine? I only have mine. What? Now, wait a minute. I can't get rained on. You know how delicate I am. Seeing Betty, who became desperate and contemplative, Casey grinned, revealing her little teeth. Just kidding. The moment she said that, Casey's magic was manifested. The rain falling from the sky flew down as if blocked by an invisible membrane, and surprisingly, even the paper spilled on the ground didn't get wet. The raindrops, which had been falling from the sky, couldn't touch Betty and Casey. Betty, who was in tears, stared at Casey. Really? If you were going to do this, you should have done it earlier. Despite Betty's annoyance, Casey just laughed as if she was funny. If a third person saw this scene, even someone who had some deep knowledge of magic, he would have been shocked. Casey didn't create water using magic, but was interfering with the raindrops falling from the sky with magic. It was only one attribute, but only a wizard who reached the extreme of that attribute could do it. She is a talented person who can interfere with water existing in nature beyond making water in the air, and her name is Casey Selmore. She is also the owner of the title Watercolor, a title that can only be obtained by the best existing wizards. Although she is a wizard, she is an eccentric adventurer who wanders the world. She is the granddaughter of Sir Ocean Selmore, a very famous detective in the past, and lastly a genius private detective who knocked down the infamous Professor James Moriarty in the Kingdom of Delica. And now she came to Leathervelk. Kathy, what the hell did you come to Leathervelk for? Betty, who was curiously watching the falling raindrops move away from her, suddenly asked, unable to resist her curiosity. She was picking up the materials she had spilled and putting them back in the case, and Casey, who was leading the way, said, kicking a pool of water on the floor with her leather boots. It smells like an incident here. What's the smell of the incident? Betty, you know what? I heard that there have been many recent incidents in this city called Leathervelk. One of the prime examples is the werewolf attack. Because of a werewolf? But the appearance of a cryptid is not a problem, right? It's not an ordinary cryptid. What do you mean? Instead of answering the questions. And, the last traces are pointing this way. Whose traces? James Moriarty. Betty asked again if she had heard something wrong. Who? James Moriarty. So, who? James Moriarty. Why are you screaming? It was said that James Moriarty was caught, no killed by Casey. Do you still believe that crap? I don't know. It was after that I met Casey. Oh, my. Casey Selmore let out a rising sigh. That's just what people say. It's all nonsense with no logic or proof. Then, was it a lie that he fell from the cliff where a waterfall falls after the final battle between the man and the Kingdom of Delica? No, that's true. What? But the only difference from what's known is that he's not dead. Why? I heard his body was not found. Did you see him run away? No, it's just my hunch. Betty frowned. You're having a hunch again? Where do you put that superior reasoning ability? These are things that a friend I met a long time ago passed to me, but I may have been a little influenced by her. Friend? I have a friend who I can't meet easily even though I want to, and I didn't just say it because of my hunch. There's evidence that he's actually alive. Casey pointed with a thin finger to the case where Betty had been holding documents and newspapers until a moment ago. You know the newspapers and case documents in your case. Betty wiggled her lips. This is because she never imagined that the pieces of paper that this tomboy lady had collected so far had meaning. Really? 5 years ago. In the Kingdom of Derman, there was an incident where countless cryptids multiplied abnormally and attacked citizens. It was called the Bloody Night. Oh, I heard that, too. There was a huge monster that led the cryptids. The Beast of Derman. It is known that it was a bigger and more terrifying beast than any cryptid that had ever appeared. It's just that the cryptid ate up as many elite knights that belonged to the royal family. That's right, that's right. And there was one hunter who defeated such a beast. I know. The best hunter, Abraham Van Helsing. He's famous, right? Yes, Abraham Van Helsing has built a great reputation by hunting the Beast of Derman, but he suddenly disappeared. What's wrong with that? Casey said something else instead of answering. The Kingdom of Padali, adjacent to the Empire 4 years ago. It is a country that has been disgraced to the point where aristocrats have exploited people and made it difficult for the nation to finance itself. There appeared a thief called Arsène Lupin. He stole a lot of stuff, and after about a year of activity, he suddenly disappeared. Casey, what are you talking about? 3 years ago, a huge conspiracy wriggled in the shadow of the Kingdom of Delica. A man united all the organizations of the back world, took control of the military industry, started a war, and tried to sweep away enormous wealth. It was the infamous James Moriarty, and he suddenly disappeared. Betty also noticed what Casey was trying to say. They're all the same person, right? I guess so. Isn't that just speculation? I hope so, but I heard some interesting news recently. You know there was a civil war in northern Utah not too long ago? What? Yes, I did. The Prince faction started a civil war and the Royal faction fought against it. Eventually, the fight ended with a victory for the Royalists. Yeah, but there's one less well-known piece of news. There was a man who led the Royal faction to victory. What? The man's name is Machiavelli. He suddenly disappeared after the war. Like the others I mentioned. Casey smiled and stared at the scenery of Leathervalk, where the mist was rising. People were not seen because the rain could not be prevented by an umbrella. The only reflection on her retina is the image of a drenched in the rain. The last place he supposedly went to was Leathervalk. Her blue eyes seemed to stare at something else beyond the city. The rain poured as if there was a hole in the sky and a hazy mist of water engulfed the entire city. The boundary between the dull sky and the city collapsed. Even beyond the far horizon, it was crushed into one, as if the sky and the ground were united by rain. Casey walked through the center of the water-covered world. Casey, is that true? Casey turned her head halfway at Betty's question, who had been following her in the rain, thanks to her magic. What? That James Moriarty is alive, and that he is now in this city. Yes, according to my reasoning. The timing of the activities of the people I told you about is oddly right. But that doesn't make sense. Why is a man of such skill walking around the world hiding his identity? I don't know that. What? You don't know but you were so sure? Betty, there's one thing my grandfather told me. What's that? After you exclude the impossible, all that is left is the truth, no matter how absurd it may be. That's what Sir Roshan Selmore, a famous detective of his time, always said to Casey. Casey, you are a smart kid, smarter than me. One day you will surely become a great person. Her grandfather, who sat in her rocking chair and smoked his pipe, warmly stroked her hair when she was a child with his wrinkled hands. So please. Make this world a better place to live. Rumbling. Casey, who was recalling those memories, woke up from her imagination to the sound of thunder ringing in the sky. Anyway, it's like that. That's why I was tracking him. The famous hunter, the big criminal of the back world, the mercenary who ended the Civil War and the worst thief. I can't let such a man run amok. Who is he? Well, even the name James Moriarty is a pseudonym. He might have been active before that. That was the first time I'd ever met. Casey was also curious about the man's identity, but it's not his identity that matters. The man who drove the kingdom of Delica into chaos, the evil man who almost started a war, could not be left alone, she had to arrest him. So let's go. I have a reservation for a hotel. Wait. Can we take a carriage? What kind of carriage can we get in this rain? Don't you know that carriages drawn by golems can't get into water? And in this day and age, it's hard to find a real horse-drawn carriage. Ugh. Annoying. Don't worry, the hotel is not far away. Where is it? Kunst. Casey glanced up at the heavy raindrops falling from the sky. The rain has weakened, so it will probably stop raining by the time they reach their destination. There's a big auction coming up, and I've been invited. Is Casey interested in the auction? I'm not interested in the auction itself. Originally, I needed a suitable place to stay, but they just sent me an invitation. Well, they needed the name value of a famous guest. Kunst, run by Luke, did not attract Casey's attention. She chose it because she wouldn't have to go through the cumbersome process of checking in at another hotel. Of course, she had another purpose. And there's that. Casey smiled playfully. It was the mischievous smile she put on whenever she thought of an event to come. Betty, you know what? Every time there's a big event like an auction, there's always an incident. Looking at her, who had already enjoyed the idea of an incident and solving it, Betty replied with a slight pout. At this point, isn't Casey just bringing the case? I'm a little suspicious. Oh, I'm going to go to the hotel and rest. Ah. Now, wait a minute. Rain. It's raining. You did it on purpose, right? Casey. Casey lightly ignored her. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The rain, which seemed to sweep the world away, soon stopped and the dark clouded sky gradually began to regain its original light. Sunlight poured down through the cracks in the clouds while I stood on the spire on the roof of the building and stared at the sight of Leathervalk. The golden light emitted by the dying sun touches the clouds and spreads around, and the water of the Ramsey River, where the rough current flows, sprayed the broken light. Watching the magnificent appearance of the sky and the contrast of the silent city suddenly reminded me of the old days when I first met my teacher and learned about the world, and he brought me around the continent and showed me the wide world. Even then, such a beautiful sunset was falling. I reached out my hand in the air. It's the same sky as then, but the touch is different. I was younger in the past, and I wasn't as tall as I am now. Above all, it was a vast meadow, not a city, where the wind ran like a wild horse and cast its footprints on the grass, where the endless Milky Way unfolded like silk at night, and the sound of insects and the smell of grass that stimulated the tip of the nose. At my fingertips, the touch of silver grass still lingered in the wind. "What are you thinking?" Then a voice was heard. I turned my head and Alex was coming up through an iron ladder leading up to the spire. "I was just looking at the sky." "Sky?" Alex stood next to me and whistled as he watched the golden sunset over the clouds. "It's a rare sight in a city like this." "Is it because it's after the rain?" "Maybe." "You were looking at the sky alone in such a difficult place to climb up?" "Leader is more emotional than I thought." "It sounds like you have something to tell me." "Is it because I hit the nail on the head right away?" Alex looked foolish for a moment and smiled despondently. "I just wanted to say thank you." "What are you talking about?" "You trusted me and didn't let me out of this operation. Have you not given up on her yet?" "I don't deserve to have regrets." Alex is usually being frivolous, but he wasn't like this from the beginning. There was a time when he also had a dream and tried to do it, and Enya was the lover Alex met at that time. "Have you calmed down?" "Roughly. It should be enough not to cause a setback on the day of the operation." "Don't worry about it." "Well, that's enough of my story. I thought I'd talk about my colleagues first." "Talk about his colleagues?" Rudger already expected that. Each of them was a talented person full of personality and strange abilities that he gathered through his personal connections. They say they get along well with him, but there's no guarantee they'll get along with each other. Especially the big one. "Do you mean Pantos?" "What's wrong with him?" "He almost messed up." "But didn't it work out well?" "It was barely enough, because I used Leader's name. If I hadn't acted properly there, I would have already been caught. It can't be helped, I'm the only one he decided to swear allegiance to. He doesn't care about others." "Damn. There is no such thing as comradeship. He's a troublesome character. But Pantos is so candid and sincere. If you dig into it well, he will be a good companion." "Oh, I don't like such a hard guy." "I don't really hate it after saying that." "What about the other people you saw?" Alex pondered my question with his arms crossed and came up with an answer. "Everyone is first class in their field, but their personalities are a little weird." "Does it include you?" "It's the same for Leader." Alex responded to my mischief with a joke. "And you know that guy named Hans?" "Yes. His ability to gather information is first class, but I feel a bit disappointed. There would be no regrets for doing more than the role he was given. That peculiar constitution, the power to turn into a beast, will surely be of great help in battle." I was wondering what he was talking about, but was it because of that? "As you know, Hans avoids fighting. That's his nature." "You mean he's a coward?" "Are you a coward?" I nodded, brooding Alex's retort. He wasn't wrong. Yes, he's a coward. He has that kind of power and he prefers to avoid fights. So he kept running away until he met me. Well, I thought he's pretty strong when I saw him turning into a beast. Alex's senses were keen. In fact, when Hans transforms into a beast, the strength of the body is close to the level of a hard-trained knight. If he uses the teeth of a more special beast, he will become even stronger. Even if he doesn't fight, Hans is doing his part well enough. "It's none of your business." "Well, that's not a big complaint, I'm just a little disappointed. It's a pity to rot with that power." "You don't have to look too negative. One day, there will be a time when Hans will be determined." "Really?" "Maybe." I stared over the horizon at the sun that was gradually fading. "Maybe soon." Is that just a hunch? Or is that reasonable reasoning? Which side do you think it is? Well, if I had to say it, I'd say it's a hunch. Oh, and the kid named Arpa. When Alex thought of Arpa, he was confused. Something is strange. What do you mean? It's just. Should I say it's his actions, or should I say he gives off a heterogeneous energy? Well, it's obvious that leader brought him in, but he's a little. Alex glanced at me and asked. What was he doing? I didn't answer the question and turned my back. Let's go down. We have to prepare for the operation. Huh. You're not going to tell me until the end? It's a way to figure it out on your own. That's too much, really. Isn't it boring if I tell you everything? Don't be impatient. You'll find out gradually when you work together. That's the fun of life. Alex shook his head as if he had lost. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Time went by quickly, and the day of the auction that will make Leathervelk noisy has come. People dressed in colorful clothes head to the Kunst auction house one by one while the employees bow down to greet the guests. Even under the dark night sky, the Kunst auction house was filled with colorful lights beyond the light of the streetlights to the point where its brilliance flows out from the outside. This was an auction to mark the 20th anniversary of Kunst. The auction, which will last for as long as 3 days, was of unprecedented interest to the rich and authoritative. Even the first day's Eve people were paying a lot of attention, but they were more focused on the second day. Famous actors, aristocrats, wizards, entrepreneurs, merchants, etc. Wherever you go, there are many people who don't have a single name. There are a lot of people. Irender, who came to the Kunst auction house under the guidance of a retainer, seemed to be drawn to the splendid scenery inside. Oh, my God, how much is that? If I sell that one, how many ordinary people can I save? Someone approached her as she thought of such nonsense. Third Princess Irender von Exilian, thank you for visiting this Kunst. My name is Ivan Luke, the general manager of today's auction. Please feel free to call me Luke. Ah yes. Irender replied lightly to Ivan because she had only made a formal visit. She didn't really like people that pretended to be fancy. However, without knowing Irender's true feelings, Ivan Luke reached out to escort her. Irender couldn't refuse coldly, but she decided to respond appropriately for now. Haha. Thank you for allowing me this precious time. It's nothing. I will guide you to your seat. Would you like to watch the auction right away? No. I'm a little tired today, so I want to rest in my room for now. Our Kunst auction house also serves as a hotel, so I'll take you to a room dedicated to VVIP. Irender, who followed Ivan Luke, stopped as if she had found a familiar face among a myriad of people. What's wrong, Your Highness? No, it's nothing. Irender replied, but could not take her eyes off the crowd. Did I just see something wrong? She was sure she had seen someone familiar in the crowd, but it happened so momentarily that Irender was not sure if it was real. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Rudger, who entered the Kunst auction house, communicated to the other members through a microcommunicator worn on his ear. This is unknown. Can you hear me? Soon after, other members replied that they could hear well. Rudger, who last confirmed that the silent Pantos answered yes, gave instructions while looking inside the auction house filled with colorful lights and entertainment. Owen, let's start the operation. Operation Rudger's 8 has begun. Starting the operation. Outside the auction house, Hans, who was waiting inside the building opposite the big boulevard, gulped down with nervousness. It finally started. The first attempt to rob Kunst auction house that has stopped every thief in the last 20 years. Who? Let's calm down. He has done many things to help Rudger so far, but he was proud to say that there are only a handful of cases where his heart trembled like this. Of course, his job was easy compared to his colleagues who went directly into the auction house. He only had to activate the inventions that Seridan had made when the timing was right. Sneaking away the curtains by the window, Hans looked down at the scenery outside. The entrance to the Kunst auction house, which entered its second day today, was still crowded. There were rich businessmen and nobles, people who are at the top of the pyramid of society, and everyone looks up to everywhere. They have a good life. Hans has always envied people like that. When he wandered aimlessly, not knowing when he would be hunted because of his damn constitution, these people must have lived in splendid mansions, unaware of the cold and hunger. That didn't mean that I hated them or anything like that. Rather, he admired them a little. He also wanted to make a lot of money someday to settle down and live a decent life. He wanted to enjoy freedom in his own house without anyone disturbing him, that's what he dreamed of. Then I met you. Roger showed him the way. He reached out to him, who was covered in scars and dust. He said he would make him successful. Since 5 years ago, Hans had never forgotten that moment until now. My role is simple. I just have to operate the machine according to the signal they send. Next to Hans, there was a unique invention made by Seridan, an object that can instantly neutralize the surveillance artifact in the underground vault of the Kunst auction house, but only for 5 minutes at most. Therefore, not even an error of a few seconds could be allowed. And I'm not alone. Hans relieved some of the pressure by watching his colleague Arpa, who decided to move with him. Is this okay? Arpa was staring at the world outside the window like himself. The world reflected on the transparent retina was so clear, but he couldn't read what emotions were in Arpa's eyes. He always had a smiling face, but whenever he received the beast's factor and his senses were amplified, Arpa gave him goosebumps. Are you okay? But Roger brought him and they now worked together, so Hans plucked up his courage and spoke to Arpa. What? Arpa looks back and asks with a bright smile. Why are you staring at the outside? Oh, that? It's interesting. Interesting? What? There are so many people here. I've been wandering in remote areas where there are no people with pantos until now. What? Was saying that when he had a beautiful appearance with no damage to his skin in order to exaggerate his actions, or is there something else? Anyway, do you remember our mission? Of course. If they send a signal, we're going to act accordingly. Yeah, it's not that difficult. No, it's actually very simple. That's enough. At the cheerful reply with a bright smile, Hans had no choice but to scratch his cheek with his index finger. Yes, the important thing is to carry out the operation well anyway. Hans recalled Roger's last briefing the night before. Me, Alex, and Pantos will move in this operation. Hans agreed with the remark. Alex was good at acting and lying, he had even convinced Ivan Luke that he was a southern aristocrat. The giant Pantos is a battle specialist. His force was indispensable when they would inevitably clash with the blackguard inside. And Roger is, of course, a key force that cannot be left out. We directly infiltrate the basement of the auction house and steal the items in vault number 3. In order to do that, the other members had to be successful with their tasks. First we have to steal the key to the elevator entrance leading directly to the basement. There is only one way to go underground. Of course they could have dug a tunnel from the outside, but unfortunately, this method was not adopted due to lack of time. After all, the fact that they have to take a lift from the front and go underground doesn't change. To do that, something was necessary. Find the key master, who holds the key to the elevator, take the key from him and quickly subdue the guards guarding the elevator. Neither job was easy, and if things go wrong from here on out, the operation literally goes down the drain. The role of taking the key away from the key master was Violetta and Alex's job, and Hans had no choice but to hope that they would handle the task well. In room 3108 on the top floor where only VIPs of the Kunst Hotel stay, Alex changed into a comfortable outfit and came out there. He had already infiltrated Kunst by falsifying his identity as Guer the previous day, and now it's time to launch the operation, so he's ready to go down. Just as he was about to go down like that, he found a familiar figure at the end of the hallway and had no choice but to stop. Crazy, why are you here? Alex immediately hid in the corner of the hallway and poked his head out to see that he wasn't mistaken. Enya Joyce was standing in front of the elevator he had to ride, tapping on the ground with her shoes. What the hell? Did the hotel get you a nice room because you're with the security agency? Damn it. What if we run into each other here? At this rate, he cannot access the elevator and it will take a long time to wait for Enya to go first and then take the next one. Alex clapped his tongue inside and moved to the emergency stairs. If I knew this would happen, I would have asked for a room on a low level. It was troublesome that he got a top room because he was fascinated by the word, good room. Alex went down the stairs and immediately used a portable communicator to signal Violetta. This is Victor Hugo. Please respond. Violetta was sitting still in the lobby on the first floor waiting for Alex. She muttered quietly, being aware of the gazes of those around her. What's going on? The shoelace is untied. It will take some time to get down. I see. It was their own slang and passwords set in advance in case anyone else might hear them. If the shoelaces are untied, it meant that there were obstacles that unintentionally prevented the progress of the mission. Is it like this from the start? Violetta couldn't help but sigh, but then she saw the person they had been targeting. Keymaster. He was a middle-aged gentleman in his mid-40s with long sideburns who had worked at the Kunst Hotel for 20 years and was in charge of the keys to the underground elevator. He was trusted by Ivan Luke and was also the only one who had the elevator keys to the basement. I found him sooner than I thought. Originally, she should have joined Alex, approached the keymaster, and naturally stole the key from him. There's a problem above, so I have no choice but to do it alone. Violetta rose slowly from her seat and naturally approached the keymaster. She grabbed a glass of champagne on a silver tray held by a waiter passing by and quickly drank it. What? The keymaster, who was giving instructions to his subordinate, saw a beauty approaching this way and sent the subordinate away immediately. Go now. Yes, sir. The keymaster, who sent his subordinates, cleared his neck with a soft smile on his face. Well, lady? Do you have any business? Oh, are you an employee here? Violetta, whose burns disappeared from her face, was showing off her beautiful appearance since she was dressed up. With an alluring smile, she gently stroked the keymaster's forearm with her black lace glove. Haha. I'll tell you what. I think I drank too much, so could you show me to my room? I feel dizzy. Haha. Of course. Lady, I'll show you around. Violetta knew of the man's insidious intentions. As expected. Kunst's keymaster personal information was known because he was investigated in advance. He looked like a decent, well-mannered hotelier on the outside, but he was actually a very promiscuous man. Although he was playing a socially prestigious person, he did dirty things behind the scenes, such as attending meetings in the dark or having an affair. That's why Violetta chose beauty. The keymaster enjoyed the current situation without knowing that the one who approached him was a black serpent with ulterior motives, and even if he knew that he was confident he could handle things. Will you help me? Of course. The keymaster put his hand on Violetta's slender waist. The blatant touch annoyed Violetta, but she didn't twist her smiling face because she had experience dealing with people like him. Lady, what room are you staying in? Maybe it's because I drank too much, but I can't remember. Oh, my. Is that so? But you can't stay in this noisy place. Could you guide me to a private and quiet place? Of course I know one well. The keymaster happily guided Violetta. *****. Roger, who confirmed the situation through radio, judged that he did not need to step up yet. Violetta is a capable woman, and since she said she would sort out the situation herself, he was going to trust and leave it to her. For now, I will have to join the other members in case the key is stolen from the keymaster and brought back. He has the ability to jump through space through coordinates via a terra nocturnus, but he could not use it prematurely. First of all, in order for him to jump over the space, he has to see the coordinates of the location with his eyes or with his head, but it was difficult to estimate the exact location because he was not the one who actually saw the underground safe. If he did something wrong, he might move into the ground and get stuck there, and even if he arrived successfully, he couldn't come out with all those things. To do that, he had to make hundreds of round trips, which was practically impossible because it would consume a lot of mana and he would feel a vertigo every time he teleported. It was that moment. Oh? Who is this? Someone recognized Roger and approached him. Roger looked back at the caller with a calm face. I can't believe we're meeting at a place like this. What a wonderful coincidence. It's been a while since I saw you at the banquet hall, Mr. Roger Kalasai? Ivan Luke. I don't know why you're here, but it's nice to meet you. Ivan Luke was smiling, but his eyes were burning with endless hostility toward Roger. It seems like you don't want me to let you go. Of course, Ivan Luke wouldn't even kick out Roger outright unless he was an idiot. Rather, it was the opposite. Are you enjoying the Kunst auction? It was worth a look. Haha. You're good at making jokes, too. Well, there's a saying that you can see as much as you know, so there's nothing you can do. You might think so. Then I'll go now. It's fate that we met, but you were just going away like this? Ivan Luke blocked Roger's path and behind him, reliable guards stepped up. It was not the blackguards in black armor, but a security team dressed in a separate suit. But since you've come all the way here, I'll give you a little help, considering the past. He is an important guest, so treat him very politely. Do you know what I mean? Yes. The two guards stood on both sides of Roger, answering forcefully. There was no lie in what he said, as the two guards literally stood by Roger's side and didn't harm him, but it was annoying. You're trying to keep an eye on me on purpose. Ivan must have given these instructions with the intention of disturbing him in his own way. Since this is his workplace, it was obvious how much authority he had. However, since he was a guest, Roger could not refuse the sabotage under the guise of favor. Can't help it. Roger eventually decided to accept the situation. I will. He nodded and allowed the two bodyguards to accompany him. At the same time, he naturally sent a signal through the portable communicator worn on the ear with its fingertips. Tap tap tap. It was a predetermined action in case of an unexpected situation, and its meaning was simple. I'm unable to act due to some reason. Request for backup. What? Hans, who was listening to the signal outside, opened his mouth wide. Apparently, the leader, Roger, was stranded, and the one he requested for support was Hans. I have to go. The signals sent by Roger were all passed on to the other members. Leader can't act? Will the operation be okay? Violetta, who followed the key master to a private room, was worried about the news she had heard through the communicator. However, they had planned in advance to have backup personnel move instead in preparation for this situation. Clap. The key master smirked as he locked the door to the room. Ha ha ha. Hey, girl. Shall we play a fun game? Oh, it's nice to play. Violetta replied in a lively tone, and the key master, who thought she would stumble with her drunkenness, was instantly stunned. At that moment, Violetta's slender hand grabbed his collar. She narrowed her eyes and smiled seductively at the bewildered key master. How about this kind of game? Then she threw the key master on the floor with all her might. Ack. Unable to take the pain, the key master rolled his eyes and passed out. Violetta clenched the hand and circulated the mana in her hand throughout her body while her arms shone with a subtle charm. Strengthening the body with magic. It's a mysterious sensation. The only magic Violetta knew to use was attribute element and magic emission. Even in the case of elements, she can only deal mainly with the wind element, so she wasn't considered a real wizard, but Roger recognized her abilities and taught her what she was lacking. Violetta realized how fit she was for magic, and she specialized in the manifestation series among the 5 magic series. With so much help from Roger, Violetta was able to master the remaining specializations of her manifestation series in a short period of time, strengthening and yondong. If anyone knows the English term for this, please let me know. Although her mastery was superficial and hasn't reached the advanced stage, it was enough for now. Anyway, I need to get the key first. Violetta rummaged through the fallen keymaster's body, but no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't find the key. That means the keymaster doesn't have the key right now. This is the room where the keymaster lives, so it must be here somewhere. Violetta walked toward a tightly closed shelf on one wall, opened it wide, and saw them. Oh, my God. There were hundreds of keys that were used in the Kunst auction house and hotel inside the shelf. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Damn. Why do I have to go on my own? Hans grumbled inwardly, but got dressed and was ready to go out. Mr. Hans, are you leaving? Yes, I have no choice but to step up, because brother can't move. Arpa, please use this device for me. Oh, come to think of it, Mr. Hans, we have a problem. Problem? What's wrong? Arpa said, pointing his hand at the machine Hans had entrusted to him. It's not working. What? That can't be. I pressed it once as a test, but there was no response. Is the signal weak? Hans looked at the invention Seridan made with a serious face. The way it is used is simple, you just have to press the button at the set time and the machine's lights were designed to illuminate red as proof that it was working properly. However, Arpa pressed the button for a demonstration, but the red light did not appear. On the contrary, only a squeaky sound resonated. Realizing that something was wrong, Hans hurriedly contacted Seridan. This is Kafka. Can you contact me now? Oh, this is Wells. What's going on? I think this machine you made is not working properly. Oh? Really? Wait a minute. Where are you now? In the building opposite the auction house. What's the status? It's squeaking and the lights aren't working properly. I can't find anything else strange. Maybe it's a problem with the signal? Is there some kind of jammer between the inside and outside of the auction house? Sheridan, who had been muttering something, finally came to a conclusion. The light is still on, right? It's just not working well, but the machine itself doesn't seem to have a big problem. If it's about transmission, there's only one answer. All you can do is go a little closer and use it. Closer? How much closer? At least closer than in the building across the road. Hans felt a headache coming because he would have to move with ARPA in that case. What are you going to do? I have to do it. Okay. Good luck, Kafka. It's time to move on this side, too. After communicating with Sheridan, Hans patted the middle of the forehead with his finger and told ARPA. Let's get out. We have to move now. Yes. Hans and ARPA wrapped the machine in a cloth and left the building. Irender, who had been resting in the VVIP room, couldn't stand it because she felt a little sore when she stayed still. It's okay to just leave it like this and go, but it's kind of weird. Still, it should be enough to tell her friend, Renee, what mysterious objects were found at the auction house. Irender imagined herself explaining nicely what she saw at the auction to her junior and Renee, shining eyes as she listened to her. She enjoyed that admiration. It's pretty good. Thinking in such a positive way, Irender felt motivated. She immediately rose from her seat and finished getting ready to go down. The servant, who was waiting at the entrance, hurried to her side when she came out. Princess, where would you like to go? The auction is just going on right now, isn't it? I want to go take a look. Yes, I'll take you to the best VVIP seats. Irender headed to the place where the auction house was held, guided by the escort. It was a spacious hall on the first floor with many opera-like seats that were full of VIPs dressed up in expensive clothes. Irender sat in a VIP seat where only invited guests could sit. It was a high-rise seat overlooking the auction house, and she sat down just as the auction started. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to Kunst's auction house today. The host stepped up, greeted everyone lightly, and immediately started the auction. Well, then. This is the first item that will come out on day 2 of the auction. The Mermaid's Tears. From the very beginning, something great came out. The Mermaid's Tears were a beautiful blue jewel worthy of its name. As if the legendary mermaid had shed her own tears, the jewel in the shape of tears emitted a dazzling and pure light. Wow. Irender, who was not interested in such a thing, was unconsciously drawn to the beautiful jewel. The starting price is 1 million dinars. Please feel free to bid. The auction started strong, and when the price of more than 500 million dinars came out, Irender started thinking about different things. But it's not even a mermaid's tears, it's just a jewel. You spend that much money on such an extravagant item? How many people can be fed with that money? When she had that thought, she felt uncomfortable for no reason. The negative energy emitted by a place where desire and greed were entangled was incomparable to when she faced her sister, but that did not mean that this atmosphere was comfortable. Should I leave? Just as she was thinking, someone came and sat down next to her. You don't look very happy. Oh, yes. Talking to her was a woman with sky blue hair, with a side ponytail hairstyle. What stood out in particular were the blue sea-like eyes staring at her. She was a mysterious yet beautiful person. In a way, it was natural to have such a thought. The tears of a mermaid are the tears shed by a legendary mermaid who lives in the ocean. Of course, the mermaid's tears on the stage right now are fake. How can you be sure of that? I saw the real thing. At least the beautiful light remains the same, but the mermaid's tears should emit a calm, flowing mana, but this one doesn't do that. Her blue eyes glared sharply through the essence of that gem. Can you feel that there's no magic even though you're so far away? While Irender admired her and suddenly wondered who the woman she was talking to was. Who are you? I don't think you're a normal person, considering that you're here. Oh, you're right. My introduction is late. I'm this kind of person. She skillfully took out her business card with her index and middle fingers from within her own arms and handed it to Irender. It wasn't polite, but Irender accepted the business card because it was such a good fit. The name on the business card read Casey Selmore and underneath, job, detective. Casey Selmore. Casey Selmore. Irender, who was muttering the name in her mind, uttered a startle of astonishment. No way. The famous genius Detective Selmore? Oh, you recognize me. Well, of course. The one who arrested the notorious criminal, James Moriarty. You're even known as a water element wizard. As Irender was a magician, she could see how great Casey was. It was because wizards who got the title, color for the magic tower aren't common. I didn't expect to see you here. Nice to meet you. You're the third Princess Irender, aren't you? Huh? Did you know about me? No, we met for the first time today. But how? Casey grinned at the bewildered Irender. You have a bored look on your face even after watching the auction. Besides, I saw that the back of your hair was slightly pressed, so you were lying in a room until a while ago. The scent of the air freshener used to clean the room is strangely lingering. When she was caught, Irender hurriedly smoothed her hair while Casey shrugged her shoulders to continue her reasoning. But you didn't put on perfume and didn't even wear makeup. This simplicity can't be seen in the VIP seats. So you have an overwhelming status that you don't have to pay attention to other people's eyes and the situation. Feeling bored and sitting in a VIP seat where only the invited guests can watch the auction from. There is already a rumor among guests that a child of the imperial family participated in the auction, so there's only one answer, right? That's great. Irender admired Casey's reasoning and admitted that she was right. Indeed, she was a genius detective who was famous throughout the continent. Irender suddenly asked Casey why she came to the auction. You seem to be curious. Yes. Well, I got an invitation when I came to Leathervalk and they offered great hospitality and a nice room, so I didn't say no. Why did you come to see this auction? The bigger an event is, it brings together the eyes and attention of countless people, so more incidents can happen. Irender thought Casey was joking. What kind of incident can happen in this place? The security of the Kunst auction house was so strict that it reminded her of the imperial palace. In addition, considering that there are even personal guards brought by guests who come here, any criminal inside will be overpowered in no time. The princess seems to think I'm joking. What? No. No, not exactly. Well, I understand. When I say that problems can pop up out of nowhere, it's only natural to think so, but I won't ignore the possibility that something might happen. Irender had to be taken aback by Casey's confident remarks. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the alleyway adjacent to the Kunst auction house building, Hans and Arpa leaned against a wall, fiddling with machines, in a messy alley near the garbage dump that disposes of food waste from the restaurant. Like this? Oh, Mr. Hans, look at this. The light is on properly. I think the signal's working. Great. You don't even need to go inside. And here, call me Kafka. Do you need to reveal my name? Oh, right. That's right. Mr. Kafka, please call me Dumas, too. I was going to do that anyway. Hans, who had been complaining lightly, is now ready to operate the machine at the required time. It was that moment. Who's there? Perhaps he heard the two of them chattering, but a man dressed in a suit came into the alleyway. Oh my. Did I get caught? Hans was embarrassed because he didn't expect that the outside guards would patrol the alleyway. What are you guys doing there? The guard could signal his colleagues to come at any time, so Hans pondered what to do. At that moment, Arpa raised his crouching body and approached the patrol guard. Hey, hey! What are you going to do? Hans quietly called from behind, but Arpa approached the man regardless. Huh? What? You're a kid, aren't you? The patrolman relieved his vigilance at the sight of Arpa, who looked young, and that was his defeat. Okay. Arpa's tiny fists were firmly entrenched in the larger guard's abdomen. The guard's massive body collapsed, and Hans looked at the scene with a blank expression. What did you just do? You put that giant to sleep in one blow? It is said that the external security of the Kunst auction house is a little lower than the inside, but even then, he would not be an ordinary human, right? Arpa, who did the unbelievable thing calmly, looked back at Hans with a smile. It became more difficult to evaluate Arpa with that stupid expression. I did a good job, right? What the hell is he? How the hell did you just do that? Were you also a knight? Arpa tilted his head slightly to the side to Hans, who asked in surprise. A knight? Ah. Are you talking about superhumans who are far superior to others? If that's the question, the answer would be no. I am not a knight. Arpa shook his head and Hans stared at him with a look of disbelief. Not a knight? But considering the incredible punching power he showed just a moment ago, he couldn't help but think he was a knight. Was he a knight cadet, or was he even discharged from the military academy in the middle? Well done. Let's tie him up properly and hide him nearby. We can put him in the garbage here. Yes. Arpa grabbed the fallen man with one hand and dragged him along. Hans tied the body of the guard, who fainted with a rope he had prepared, and muzzled his mouth with a torn cloth. Even if he wakes up in the middle, they'll be fine until someone helps him. It was that moment. Hey, Deckard, where'd you go? Hans' hair stood on end. Over the entrance of the alley, the colleague of the guard that Arpa knocked out came to find him. Are you playing hooky? Hey. Deckard. Where are you? The voice was getting closer and Hans was so frozen, didn't know what to do, but at that moment, Arpa opened his mouth. Wait. I'm here. Huh? What? Were you there? What are you doing in the alley? Hey. Don't come. I'm in a hurry, so I'm doing my business. What? You punk, you were doing business in that dirty place? Why didn't you go inside? It was urgent. I didn't have time to go inside. A tempered voice was coming from Arpa's mouth, and it was just like the voice of the security guard, Deckard, who he knocked out a while ago. It is not at the level of mimicking the voice by altering his own, but the tone and the sound of the voice are identical to Deckard's. Hans was surprised by Arpa's hidden ability, but regardless of whether Hans stared with astonishment or not, Arpa continued to talk. Are you going to watch me do business? Ugh. Who wants to watch you? Anyway, when you're done, go back to your post quickly, otherwise I'll get caught and get yelled at. Okay, go ahead. The guard steps were getting further away and Hans, who was relieved, drooped his shoulders. Did you have that kind of talent? How was it? Was it the same? I was really surprised. Hans, who was replying in a despondent way, smirked. But it was the best. Thank you. Anyway, I'm over the edge. Now let's wait a little while and then we'll go inside. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Oh really? How many keys do you have that look alike? Violetta checked all of the hundreds of keys. However, no matter how much she looked, she could not find the key to the basement storage room. A golden key. Besides, he said it had jewels in it. She couldn't find it in the pile of keys, so that would mean that it was hidden somewhere other than this shelf. We're running out of time. I need to find it right now. Violetta took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Be calm in moments of crisis, it's something Roger told her when he was teaching her magic. There's no way that key would be in a place that's so obvious. It should be in a more secretive place. Violetta unleashed her magical powers and a gentle breeze began to blow in the quiet room. A gentle stream of air swept through the interior of the room, therefore the flow of air was disturbed and a gap beyond human reach appeared. I found it. Violetta touched the floor everywhere with her hands and a slight gap was caught in her fingertips. When she pulled it with force, a hidden space emerged. Here you are. Violetta, who identified the golden key hidden in the secret space, took it right away. What's this? There were other things besides the key there like whips, candles, biting gags, etc. They were obviously the favorite items of the owner of this room, the key master. Anyway. Violetta glanced scornfully at the fainted key master, and took out all the objects in the hidden space and scattered them all over the place. She made sure that no one else was walking around in the hallway and got out carefully. As she got out of the wide hall, there were still many people busily wandering there. At that moment, she found Roger, who was accompanied by two big men. Roger also glanced at her, perhaps feeling Violetta's gaze, and with a slight curl of her head she disappeared from his sight. What's left is to hand over the key, but the security of the black guards is too fierce. Some of the black guards stood tall like stone statues in black armor, and there were even guards who periodically patrolled the inside. Violetta slowly descended the stairs of the main hall and just in time, Alex appeared on the first floor through the emergency stairs. Alex descended as quickly as possible from the top of the 31st floor and found Violetta coming down the marble railing. Their eyes clashed in the air and Violetta signaled that she had taken the key with a slight nod. Alex approached her, answering with his eyes that he knew, and the two met in the center of the hall. "Oh, my." Violetta leaned against Alex, pretending to fall on purpose. "Oh, my. Miss, are you all right?" "Yes, thank you for your support." Alex naturally helped Violetta and picked up the key. It was a covert delivery that no one noticed. The black guards glanced at the two and soon turned their eyes since there was no problem. The two who fell back walked in opposite directions. "This is Victor Hugo. I will take the key and go to the elevator. This is Melville. I will wait until you come." Pantos, who was waiting nearby while reducing his presence, answered immediately. It was possible, because Roger instructed him in advance to speak when they carried out the operation. Pantos was standing on one side of the hall. Due to his massive size, he could see everyone in the hall, but people would occasionally glance at him too. He was now assimilated with the surrounding landscape since the Siouan people who deal with the spirit of Mother Nature are great warriors and outstanding hunters. They knew how to hide their signs and use natural assimilation techniques to hunt their prey. The spirit of Mother Nature enveloped his body and made him be perceived by others similar to the surrounding landscape. Usually, this spirit ability does not work against a sharp opponent, but Pantos, which has ridiculous potential compared to other Siouans, was not even noticed by the black guards. However, this ability was not perfect, because although he could not be seen by people, the magic alarms in the building could still detect him. Therefore, Pantos alone did not enter the interior and was waiting outside. Just in time, Alex appeared across the hall. Pantos, who confirmed that there was no tail around, released his spirit. "Oh, you scared me. I'm surprised." Alex didn't look too surprised to say so. Pantos didn't bother to ask why and brought up another subject. "What's the key?" "Here." Alex smiled mischievously and shook the key. The two, who secured the key, headed to the place where the elevator entrance was located. Well, there are a lot of people. There were black guards guarding the entrance. Unlike when he checked before, it was the day of the auction, so there were more people than then. There are 6 guards, and all of them are at the night level. Besides, the corridor leading over is in a straight line, so a surprise attack wouldn't work. Alex immediately sent a signal over the communicator. "This is Hugo and Melville. We have reached the entrance." "Okay, I'll move." The dwarf girl Seridan replied. Seridan, who was mixed with the crowd, was wearing a cute and luxurious dress like a child of a noble family. Because she was young, she was able to be relatively free from other people's gaze. Naturally passing people by the people, she spilled pure white powder on the floor and no one was aware of that. As people passed by, trampled on the powder and kicked it, it spread like dust until it was seen with the naked eye and then. What? Echo! 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 Cough cough. What the hell is this? Screaming, coughing, and sneezing rang out everywhere. Seridan, who covered her mouth and nose with her handkerchief, checked the mess from far away. The white powder she used was tear gas, and the effect of the special tear gas powder made by Bellaruna under Roger's direction was more than expected. The people who were dressed up pretty and stylishly and talking only with arrogant and pretentious words were struggling in an ugly way with tears and runny noses. It evoked in her strange pleasure and euphoria. "Honestly, I wanted to use gunpowder, but there's nothing I can do because there's a magic defense against explosives here." Some of the black guards inside the Kunst auction house were wizards, so the magic of silence of fire was always maintained. So, instead of her specialty, she borrowed the power of Belarus, who mainly made chemicals, and she was satisfied seeing such a spectacle. What? Suddenly? Is it a terrorist? Where is it? The blackguards were at a loss at the sudden chemical attack. It was not embarrassing because no one attacked, and many suddenly complained of coughing and sneezing. First, people should be evacuated to a safe place, but there were too many people. Guests. Calm down. We're short of numbers. Ask for help. The uproar reached Alex in the distance. It started. As soon as the words were said, 4 of the 6 black guards guarding the elevator hurriedly headed somewhere. The attention-grabbing operation was successful. Even so, there are 2 left. It doesn't matter, right? Let's go, big guy. Hmm. Alex led Pantos out of the hallway and the black guards, who found Alex in the distance, shouted at him. Who is it? This is off limits. Hey. Don't you know who I am? What? Alex came closer to them so that they could recognize his face. It's me, my friend, Ivan Luke, is in charge here. You really don't know me? What? There's no way you wouldn't know, since they were the ones who stood guard the last time Alex came. The reason why they chose to come 5 days ago is that the rotation of the security guards at the entrance happened today. Hey, do you know where my friend Ivan is? I wandered about and found myself lost. Well, it's... His opponent was the son of a southern aristocrat who was also friends with Ivan Luke, so the blackguard also had no choice but to respond carefully. Alex led Pantos and slowly approached, and as soon as the blackguards were about to feel something strange about Alex's continuing to narrow the distance, Pantos moved. Who? Behind Alex, a huge shadow moved and ran like the wind towards the two blackguards. Pantos' move was stealthy and swift, unbecoming of a giant. He stretched out a huge fist and shoved it right into the blackguard's abdomen. If a bare fist hits the armor made of special alloys, it will break, but the result was the opposite. The armor crumpled and couldn't stop the impact of Pantos' fist. The two guards guarding the entrance fell to the floor, vomiting blood. Alex asked, looking at Pantos, who overpowered both blackguards in an instant. You didn't kill them, did you? I did it with my hands. To beat a knight-class man in armor with your bare hands. What a ridiculous physical ability. Pantos' physical ability was unbelievable, and even knights with bodies that transcend regular humans were easily defeated by him with his bare hands. How the hell did Leader win against this guy? He took care of the guys at the entrance, so I'll ask my questions later. Alex immediately sent a signal over the communicator. This is Hugo and Melville. The entrance has been cleared. This is Kafka and Dumas. Okay. Hans, who answered, beckoned Arpa, and Arpa immediately started the machine. After confirming that the lights were on properly, the two immediately started changing their clothes. In an instant, the two changed into work clothes and packed a cart of pre-prepared food ingredients and headed to the back door connected to the restaurant. The restaurant clerk skimmed through the two and sent them inside. It's going well. Roger, who came to the bathroom, looked in the mirror and washed his hands, confirmed that the operation was progressing step by step through the conversations of his subordinates heard through the communicator. Roger, who wiped his wet hand with a towel, came out of the bathroom, and on either side of the bathroom entrance were the two giants Ivan had attached waiting for Roger. Did you finish your business? Roger nodded. Where are you going now? Let's see the auction. The big man accompanied Roger for surveillance under the guise of guidance. As he entered the spacious hall where the auction was held, people were enthusiastically competing for a jewel. Roger took a moderately empty seat and sat down. The guards even checked Roger's seat and stepped to the back of the auction house. Now that you've come this far, you think it's appropriate. He knew that as soon as he got out of his seat, they would stick to him again. Roger, who was peeking through the auction house, wriggled his eyebrows when he saw a special seat on the second floor. That's... He could see the face of a familiar person with colorful blonde hair. It was the third Princess Arender von Exilian, but Roger's eyes were not on her. What really surprised Roger to see was the person sitting next to Arender. The familiar clothes and hair color he has seen years ago, but still remembers vividly. Casey Selmore? The bad relationship he encountered in the past when he was James Moriarty. She is the most troublesome kind of human being who never misses a prey she decides to hunt. Why is she here? She was now in Leathervalk, and at that moment, Casey looked his way, perhaps feeling his gaze. Roger recalled the old days. 5 years ago, he was active in the Kingdom of Delica under the name of James Moriarty, not Roger Calasai. At that time, he was unintentionally involved in several incidents, and as the incidents grew, he was involved with all kinds of people. The most memorable person among them was Casey Selmore. She was called a genius detective, and in Roger's view, that was not an exaggeration at all. She actually pushed him to the edge of the cliff with ridiculous reasoning and instinct. Not figuratively, but literally, she even fell with him from the top of a waterfall, as if they were going to die together. That crazy woman is here. Maybe it's because he was staring too closely, but Casey Selmore suddenly turned her head. Roger hurriedly fixed his gaze on the platform where the auction was held before their gazes met. I was disguised at that time anyway, so I can't guarantee she'll recognize me now, but just in case. Roger has gained a lot of enlightenment while wandering around the world, and there is one thing that he feels deeply about. There are people in the world who destroy common sense. And one of the people who smashed that common sense was Casey Selmore over there. Roger knows, because he has often heard rumors about her. After the James Moriarty incident, Casey Selmore achieved a tremendous magical achievement and even received the title of Color, symbolizing a single attribute element. At that time, I could only fight on an equal footing, but now that she has earned the title of Color, I can't deal with her. He suddenly felt a kind of anxiety. If Casey Selmore was here, his plan to rob the auction house might have been exposed. Roger shook his head immediately. I haven't been caught yet. If she knew that, she wouldn't sit still and chat with the person next to her. Now, Irender, who was sitting next to her, was almost invisible to Roger. That's how much Casey Selmore was a threat to him. I don't think she's aware of what's going on here yet, given that she's staying still like that. That is only a matter of time. If she felt anything suspicious, she would jump out of her seat immediately. If a wizard who has won the title Color starts to investigate the operation that has been worked on since a few weeks ago, will be in vain. It's a mess. Roger had no choice but to expect his men to handle the operation as confidentially as possible. You're here. Alex and Pantos, who were pacing around at the entrance of the elevator, recognized Hans and Arpa disguised as handymen. Where's the key? Here. When asked by Hans, Alex shook the key lightly and the four of them gathered at the entrance of the elevator. Let's get ready. Hans and Arpa immediately removed the armor worn by the two fallen guards at the entrance. What's this? Why is it so dented? Hans frowned when he saw that the chest of the armor had shrunk. As he looked closely, it wasn't just crumpled, but the shape of a fist was stamped on it. He glanced sideways at Pantos' fist. Hans, who was comparing the size of the mark on the armor with Pantos' hands, had no choice but to swallow his saliva. He couldn't bring himself to argue. It's better than not wearing it. Hans immediately wore the armor that Blackguard wore, and the same was true of Arpa. The two ended their disguise as black guards guarding the entrance of the elevator, holding their spears. The two fainting guards were put in the cart of the food they had brought and left out of sight. Judging from the state of things, they may stay unconscious all day. Alex immediately inserted the key into the hole and the door of the elevator opened with the sound of a large gear turning from the inside. All right, let's go down. Alex patted Pantos on the forearm friendly and Pantos stared at Alex, wriggling his eyebrows. Alex smiled awkwardly and took a step back. Was it too much? No thanks. Let's go down. Ignoring Alex, Pantos went into the lift and Alex followed him. Good luck. Yes. After speaking, Alex closed the elevator door and went down. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In a security office at the Kunst auction house, the security guard, who was monitoring the vault in the underground storage room in real time through the newly developed artifact, yawned as if he was bored. Ahaha. Hey, look straight. Well, what am I supposed to do with the boring stuff? I think I'm going to lose my mind if I stare at the same scene that doesn't change. Do you think it's just you? Just hang in there a little bit more since your shift, it's almost over. Oh, I know it's harder, because the auction is open, but what if a big guy goes in there? True, but is there a way to get there in the first place? The conversation began to bloom little by little in the security room where silence was hovering. They've been sitting for hours looking at the same screen that's reflected through the artifact and it made them want to talk about anything. But it's still fascinating. Thanks to this mysterious artifact, we can see who's inside and what's going on. Otherwise, I would have to stay crouched down at the underground entrance. That's true. At that moment a crackling sound was heard and the screen that was showing the scenes inside the underground safes was slightly chirpy and blurred. What? What's wrong? Wasn't the screen shaking? The screen? It's nothing. It happened in such an instant that it made the one who asked the question wonder if he saw wrong. I've been looking at the same screen so much that my eyes are in trouble. I was about to conclude it was an illusion when a colleague sitting next to him touched his arm in a hurry. What? Hey, that. Can you see that? What? His eyes moved to vault number 2 along with his colleague's finger. What? The guard, who asked what the hell was going on, had no choice but to open his mouth at the scene unfolding inside. One wall of safe number 2 collapsed, and an intruder was coming in through it. They had their faces covered with a hood, so there was no way they knew who they were. Hey, that. Crazy. The vaults are tens of meters underground here, but they dug a tunnel and came in? The guards used a telecommunication crystal to communicate this fact. What? Ivan Luke, who had a light conversation with the guests, suddenly heard the whisper that one of the staff members gave him, and shouted without realizing it. Immediately afterwards, conscious of the gaze around him, he coughed and lightly surrounded him, saying, "It's nothing," and asked the member quietly. "What did you just say?" "Well, that's why." "Say it right." "Do you want to get fired?" An intruder appeared in the vault. Ivan Luke endured, trying to yell with desperate patience. He managed to cool off and asked what was going on. What exactly happened? How can an intruder get in there? What about the guys who were guarding the entrance? He has dug a tunnel into the safe from underground. What? A tunnel? It's tens of meters underground, and they dug a tunnel to go in? He wanted to argue that such a thing doesn't make sense, but he wouldn't have misunderstood it because the news was delivered after checking it through the artifact. Ivan Luke is in a hurry. If this continues, the auction that was held for the first time in a long time will be ruined. How much he prepared for this auction. How much effort has been put into it. To look good to his father, he put everything in here to make up for the ugliness he had shown at the last banquet. He couldn't let a thief ruin the auction. Get the guards. How many? All of them. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Black guards, who had been guarding their spots like stone statues, moved. People didn't realize they were moving because they didn't move at once, but quietly left one by one. Nearly 20 black guards have already stood at the entrance of the elevator, and Old Guard, the head of the guards, stepped up. He was a man who served here for 20 years. Is everyone participating here? What about the rest? The rest are staying in place to prepare for any possible situation. Great. Take 10 guards and go outside. Since they dug their way through the underground, the entrance can't be too far away. Capture everyone at the entrance and kill anyone you can't capture. Yes. The other 10 people will go down the elevator with me and go in. You all know the manual, right? The black guards nodded. In a way, it was fortunate for Kunst that they entered safe number 2 because the really important stuff was in safe number 3. The number of intruders is about 4 and they must be good to sneak into this place. However, there are also people waiting inside, so there is no need to worry since there are more of us. They knew they were strong, but they were not conceited. As professionals who work for money, they intended to overpower the enemy with all their might and not underestimate them. Other guards are already on standby at the bottom, so it won't matter if they move together after joining. With that in mind, the black guards went down in the elevator. The security guard who was listening to the situation in the security office said, "The black guards are going down." Ivan Luke listened, biting his nails in anxiety, because on the screen of the surveillance artifact, he sees the thieves packing important items in their bags. Damn. How much are the items in that box? Evan trembled with anxiety that he might miss them at this rate. Meanwhile, security guards who exchanged communications at the security office slowly recited the situation. Guards, you have arrived in the basement storage room. Join the staff that's waiting inside. Damn. What the hell were the guys inside doing? Ivan said so out of frustration. Of course, it would be unfair for those waiting inside. Who knew that an intruder would dig underground and come in? At least it's a relief that safe number 3 with the most important items is intact. Ivan gave instructions to the guards through a communication ball. Capturing them is important, but the first priority is to move the items from Vault 3 to a safe place. And make sure you keep the items in safe 2 as well. What's left there are valuables that we'll show later at the auction. Alright. Right now, the outer wall of Vault 2 has been breached, but the thought that they might even be aiming for Vault 3 made him feel anxious and crazy. The guards who received Ivan's order moved in unison and split into 2 teams. One is the suppression team will capture the criminals who are robbing Safe 2, and the other ones will take out the stuff from Vault 3 and move it to a safe place. As soon as Vault 2 was opened, the security of Vault 3 couldn't be guaranteed. Move. The black guards moved, but fortunately, there was no one in Vault 3. This is the security room. I can see the guards entering Vault 3. I see. Get the items to safety. Yes. The rest of you follow me. Let's break the limbs of those arrogant thieves. The guards of the capture team stood in front of Vault 2. Here we go. After the signal, they immediately opened the door to Vault 2 and stormed inside. Don't move. The team leader, who shouted, realized something was wrong, and it was the same with other guards. What? Nobody is here. What? Why is there no one here? The suppression team, who entered Vault 2, could not hide their embarrassment as they looked at the empty interior. The instructions coming down through the crystal ball said that there was definitely a thief inside and he was diligently robbing valuables. But what about the sight in their eyes? There was no one, and even the stored items were intact. They thought the thieves might be hiding somewhere, so they looked more carefully, but the results were the same. Feeling something strange, Old Guard lifted the crystal ball. This is Old Guard. Security room, can you hear me? What's going on? Now I'm in safe number 2, but there's a problem. I can't see the thieves. What? You can't see them? What does that mean? It's literally true. There are no thieves. Are you sure there's an intruder? So. Hey. Move. With a wild cry, Ivan and Luke took the crystal ball. What are you talking about? I can't believe you can't see the thieves. Director? I mean, literally. Safe number 2 is clean, with no sign of anyone breaking in. What? What are you talking about? Even now, those thieves are robbing the safe. What? But we don't see anything. Then, what is this that I'm looking at? Ivan gritted his teeth at the sight that unfolded before his eyes. The scene reflected through the artifact screen was still the scene where thieves carried things through the hole they made in the wall. In addition, there was no sign of the black guards entering. Are you sure you're in the right place? What? Never mind. I'm sure we're in safe number 2. Then why on earth? Why is what he sees here different from what they see in the vault? By this time Ivan Luke, too, had an intuition that something strange was going on. Oh? Director! Look at that. At that moment, the subordinate was surprised and pointed to the screen. The scene where the thieves were busy robbing the safe number 2 turned into a blur with the crackling sound, and suddenly disappeared, and what was seen again was the black guards who went into Vault 2. Ivan's head was at a loss at the sight. What is this? Why? So what we just saw? The screen they were looking at was fake? No, but how? It was definitely the same as inside the safe. How did they make it? No, more than that, the artifact. How could they? Guards, what's the situation? Everything is fine without any objects being stolen. There must have been some kind of mistake. That's not the problem now. What can we do? The items in Vault 3 are being moved to a safe place by the other team, so should we bring them back to their original place? That. Ivan pondered and concluded. No. Just in case, take care of the items in Vault 3 according to the original instructions. Yes, I see. The guards just got on the elevator with the goods. I got it. The communication was cut off. Ivan and the security guards still felt like dreaming. It was hard for them to judge how this happened. No way. Did we just fall for a video? Someone said so cautiously. What? Isn't that it? Isn't the artifact showing the scenes in the vaults on these screens? Keep talking. So in the middle of that, someone might have stepped in and changed the images. Yes. Someone interfered in the process of transferring the image taken by the artifact to this screen and made it look completely different. Let me show you a record I took in advance. No way. I think someone changed the images to make us think Vault 2 was robbed. Then why? Even if they do that, they won't be able to steal anything and they'll be caught in no time. It didn't matter how they did it since Vault 2 was safe, but in that case, why have they done it? Well, I don't know. Ivan clicked his tongue as he watched the guard answer in a cold sweat. At that time, his aide, who was watching the incident, shouted as if something had suddenly come to mind. No way. What? What happened? Vault 3. Director. It's Vault 3. What? What does that mean? What they were after was Vault 3 from the start. This trick was done in order to make us think they're after Vault 2 and wait for us to transport the goods to another place as per the manual. What? Well, then. Ivan's complexion turned pale and their bad prediction came true. Security room. Security room. Can you hear me? They got a call from the black guards who were underground. What's the matter? We're in trouble. The elevator is going up to the ground. The news heard through the crystal ball was like a bolt from the blue. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. About 10 minutes ago, Alex and Pantos, who went down through the underground elevator, carefully checked the basement hallway. Well, I don't think there's anyone yet. Is it somewhere else? Let me check. How? Instead of answering, Pantos closed his eyes and used the power of spirits. His gray hair fluttered in spite of the wind. Alex stared at Pantos' behavior with a calm face. Is this the power of spirit that the Suans are dealing with? It was a little subtle, but different, from the aura and mana handled by the knights and magicians. The power of spirits was everywhere in the world, but unlike mana and aura that the users refined for them, the power of spirits could be used without that process. Alex realized that the subtle waves spreading around Pantos had passed through his body and recognized what it was. Spirit search? It's a technique to find out the location of others by the minute wavelengths spilled in the air. The Suans were not called natural hunters for no reason. Soon Pantos, who finished his search, opened his eyes. There are 8 men scattered around. Where are only 2 of them? Follow me. Pantos took the lead, his steps were strong, but his footsteps on the ground were not heard at all. It was an instinctive hiding as a hunter when he started hunting. Soon the 2 arrived at the entrance of a small storeroom. Seeing that he could hear many conversations from the inside, they seemed to be killing time in moderation. Pantos opened the door and went inside. The 2 guards, who were chatting, were bewildered when they saw Alex and Pantos suddenly appearing. What? Who are you? There is still time until the shift ends. However, at the same time they held the weapons that were placed next to them, proving that they were professionals. However, their opponent was too powerful. The guard, which was similar in size to Pantos, fell backwards with Pantos' fist stuck in his face even before he could respond properly. Damn it! The other one stepped back and tried to take a stance, but Alex tapped his foot and he lost his balance. What? I managed to avoid falling, but the gap shown for a moment was fatal. He, who was hit by Pantos, floated in the air and crashed to the ground. All right, let's get ready now. Yeah. The 2 immediately took off the guard's armor and wore it. Pantos was large, so the armor was a little tight on him and he twisted around in the black armor. Hang in there. It'll be over soon anyway. It was as Alex said. Shortly thereafter, an alarm sounded calling for reinforcements inside. What? What's going on? First, gather up. Alex and Pantos naturally joined the other black guards. Soon, reinforcements came down from the ground in the elevator and among them were Hans and Arpa, who pretended to guard the entrance. The suppression team will go into Vault 2, and the others will move the items from Vault 3. Old Guard set up a dedicated team he led and headed for Vault 2. Huh, look at you taking your close aides out to make a contribution. What should I do? There is nothing I can do about it now that I have the opportunity to play an active part. The guards, who were left behind, grumbled but steadily, carried the items of Vault 3 in the cart they had brought under Old Guard's orders. After getting on the elevator with such important things, Pantos and Alex, who were disguised, moved. What's this? Arg. Ouch. A short scream rang out, and the guards collapsed without even being able to resist. Watching the scene, Hans shuddered at the horrifying force shown by Alex and Pantos. What kind of knight falls down like this? He already knew that Pantos was strong, but it was completely unexpected that Alex, who was a con artist, showed such formidable skills. Contrary to Pantos, who was honest and powerful, he overpowered other guards with his ridiculous skills. What was that move? He should be at least at the knight level. He didn't know what he's been up to in the past, but Alex was definitely a great talent compared to his seemingly light-hearted words and actions. What? Am I the weakest one here? Even Arpa, who seemed easygoing, had the ability to knock down a gigantic man, and he felt a sense of inferiority for no reason. Of course, he's in charge of gathering information and he can't fight, so it's not right to compare his power with theirs. Wouldn't my position be threatened if things go on like this? The problem was that they were not just good at fighting. Combat capabilities are just basic skills, and they showed outstanding talent in other areas as well. He didn't feel much when he was with Roger, but moving with the others made him realize his weak spots. The door of the lift that arrived on the ground opened and the 4 people took out all the objects and the fallen guards into the hallway. Well, that's the last step. Alex lifted the spear and thrust it towards the key mechanism inside the elevator. Crack. As it is a sophisticated machine-powered object, nothing is more fatal than being hit in the key components. Rumble. The elevator crashed underground. Ah. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The elevator, it's broken? That's why I can't come up. Upon hearing the news, Ivan Luke looked as if his soul was going to come out of his mouth. What do we do now, Director? Is there no one outside? There are, but most of the blackguards went underground. He didn't expect they would break the elevator and isolate people inside the basement, and it was due to the fact that there was only one entrance to the basement. Should we inform the guest of this first? Or should we call the Leathervelt Police Department? No. If we do this, the auction will be ruined. What should I do? I don't know. I don't know either. Ivan had no choice but to shout like that since he couldn't make a proper decision on how to deal with the situation. Where the hell did it go wrong? He was in a bad situation since he had to handle the internal problems carefully so that the guests wouldn't find out. I'm screwed. If my father finds out about this. The aide, who judged Ivan's condition was bad, gave instructions instead. You guys move. Get all the security team members together. We're going to stop them. Yes. It was the moment when security guards in the security room stood up and tried to go outside. The door won't open. What? What are you talking about? Knock 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 knock. The guards pushed the door hard, but the door of the security room did not open. No matter how much they grabbed the doorknob and turned it, the door did not open, as if something was blocking it at the entrance. Damn it. What's going on? Seridan giggled when she heard screams coming from inside the security room. She looked proudly as she hung several hinges of metal in the door. They're all in there like fools, so they're asking to be locked up. Seridan walked down the hall, snorting. The invention I made seems to have worked. Communication hacking equipment was something Roger asked her to make in order to deal with the artifact that surveyed the vaults. They didn't expect we would change the video in the middle so that the display would show a completely different scene. For that purpose, Alex went into the vaults while hiding his identity and saw the entire interior. Composition with his eyes. It was something that ordinary people could never do. Hans, who got the design and noticed the internal condition, Alex, who memorized everything he saw with his eyes, and Roger, who devised all these operations. As expected, Nari is incredible. Meeting him in an underground mine in the kingdom of Delica may have been a big turning point in her life. No, she was sure it was. Sir, can you hear me? This is Wells. After exiting the large hall, she looked at the scene inside the auction house, which was more cluttered than before, and sent Roger a message while her gaze was on 4 blackguards that were carrying valuables. Operations. Success. I see. You all worked hard. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After completing the communication, Roger glanced at the back of the auction house. The big duo, who were waiting to monitor him, suddenly left in a hurry. You must be on fire because you heard the news of the robbery. Hans, can you hear me? Hey, brother. What's up? Where's the item? I got it all. Nothing left. What did you say? I knew it, so I took it out in advance. Wait a minute, I'll go get my clothes changed. Yeah, this communicator is running out of time, so let's meet and talk about the rest. The sound was suddenly cut off because the time limit of the portable communication device was over. The timing was as if it had been measured with a ruler. Roger, who no longer felt the need to be in the auction house, rose from his seat. There was nothing good about staying longer, but at that moment a huge explosion swept the area on one side of the auction house. A hazy dust broke out, and the host who was conducting the auction was swept away and collapsed. Roger frowned at the sight. What is this all of a sudden? Violetta, who had just confirmed that the blackguards rushed to the underground elevator location, realized that the operation was successful. Then I'll have to get out of here, too. She was waiting just in case she had to intervene, but she no longer needed to, and just as she tried to move she found a familiar face coming out of the hall with a huff. He's the key master, isn't he? The key master whom she knocked out was looking for someone with bloodshot eyes. This is so annoying. I used enough strength to make him faint for as long as possible, but was it not enough? It was hard for her to go out easily because the key master was guarding the exit. She tried to go out through the back door, but the people have already been instructed to block it, and if this continues, she will be trapped. Just because the door is blocked doesn't mean there's no way out. Violetta walked lightly to a window. She is now on the 5th floor, but she opened the window wide and looked down slightly. Vehicles and citizens were seen passing by with scarlet streetlights. The Kunst auction house is also a hotel and has a higher height than the surrounding buildings. However, Violetta did not care and carefully lifted her skirt and turned her foot over the window frame. Shall I go? She sat by the window and jumped down. At the same time, the black parasol held in one hand was wide open and surprisingly, Violetta did not fall to the floor, but rather floated in the air. The wind pushed the parasol and she floated higher. No one saw her because she was dressed in black and it was already dark outside. Ordinary flying magic uses the method of mana emission, but Violetta is still inexperienced so she used another method. She combined her specialty the wind element with the telekinesis learned from Roger. Violetta, who flew far away in the wind through the black parasol, fell gently out of reach of people and soon before the time limit ran out, the last communication was sent via the portable communicator. This is Mary Poppins. I escaped the Kunst auction house safely. As soon as she tried to move to the hideout, she felt something and paused. A child was looking at her with his eyes wide open. She thought he happened to see something coming down from heaven. Shoo. Violetta put her index finger to her mouth with a playful smile and the little boy nodded blankly, unable to close his open mouth. Hey, are you ready? Sheridan, who was sitting in the driver's seat of the truck that had been prepared at the entrance, looked back and asked. 4 people in black armor, the symbol of blackguard, were busily loading the truck. It's precious, so be careful with it. Oh, my God. People would think it's yours. Hey Hans, what did you say? I didn't say anything. The members who loaded all the items settled in the luggage compartment of the truck. Did you finish loading? Then, we're going to leave now. Oh, wait. I'm getting off here. Why? Did you leave anything behind? It's not that. I have something to give you. Hans took out an item he had collected in advance from Vault 3. It was a sculpture that seemed to be part of something and also a fragment of a relic. This was the most fundamental reason why Roger pushed ahead with the operation and Hans intended to hand it to Roger himself. In fact, Roger even told him to bring it to him in the last communication. Go ahead. I'll catch up with you soon. Really? Okay. Well, it doesn't matter if we go without you. Hans, who took off his black armor, immediately changed into a suit and headed inside the auction house. The tight guards, who would have guarded the entrance before, were now very lax in handling what had happened inside. Hans went into the auction house naturally without anyone doubting him. Unlike when he sneaked in through the back door a while ago, his steps toward the main gate were confident. Hans, who was moving with the desire to quickly deliver the fragment of the relic he had taken to Roger, stopped for a moment. What is it? As he passed by a restaurant, he noticed a group of 4 people in black suits sitting in one corner. On the surface, it was not particularly strange, but Hans smelled a strange odor from them. Something's wrong with them. He glanced at them suspiciously, and at one point people's screams rang out throughout the auction house and a commotion began to occur. As if it were a sign, the group of black suits began to rise from their seats. Hans felt his whole body bristling when he saw they took out wands that only wizards could use. Oh, my. At the same time, a shady, muddy black spell swept the surroundings. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What's going on all of a sudden? Roger was quite embarrassed by the unexpected explosion. At first, he thought Sheridan could not suppress her instincts and eventually caused an accident, but he immediately erased that speculation from his head. The silence of fire is always active in this auction house, so explosions can't happen in this place. That means it happened in a different way, not with gunpowder. Was it magic or something else? It doesn't matter what it is. The problem is who did this. If they're the ones who caused the explosion and confusion in a place like this. Stay still, everyone. All the people who move will die. They must be obvious guys. Who the hell are you guys? You don't know where we are? Arg. I told you to shut up. Ah. When the middle-aged man, who had stepped forward fearlessly, fell down bleeding from his head, the guests realized the seriousness of the situation and started screaming. Looking at the crowd that made a mess of the auction house in an instant, Roger realized that the situation was going badly. How the hell did you get into the Kunst auction house, and how dare you do this in such a heavily guarded place? Ah. Roger, who thought so, now realized where the blackguards who were supposed to protect the inside the auction house, and sighed quietly. Is it because of us? The blackguards guarding Kunst are now trapped in the underground storage room and the lift is broken, so he doesn't know when they will come up. As a result, no one can quickly overpower the intruders. Of course, there is internal security, but the guys who appeared now are far from ordinary. From close to the weapons on hand, it was clear that they came here determined to rob this place, so they must be prepared, and the difference in power is overwhelming. Normally, they wouldn't have acted, but now things are different since more than 80% of Blackguard's power has been locked underground under Roger's plan. The best opportunity for them to move has come. Of course, the guests have bodyguards with them, but they're here to protect them, not the auction house, and the intruders were aware of that. Eat this. A green mist spread out in an instant, and the escorts clenched their teeth when they saw that it looked dangerous. Stay back. Don't touch it. A fight to protect someone is much more difficult than a fight to simply take down the other person. After all, for the escorts it was enough to keep their employers safe, so there was no need to fight the intruders with a sense of justice. But for that matter, there's a disturbance. Roger's keen hearing caught a subtle roar elsewhere. Aside from those who are on the podium, collecting valuables that have just sold out, there are other groups who have broken into this Kunst auction house. It was the price of the disappearance of the inhibitors that kept the criminals out of action. Many people have been waiting for an opportunity, and now they showed their greed, but the problem is that it was now. There are crazy black wizards. Someone came screaming into the auction house. His skin was ruffled with black veins, something like a curse used by black wizards. He was one of the big guys watching Roger and now was screaming with his eyes turned upside down. Soon the man foamed, fell to the ground, and died. Ah! Run away. Get out of the way. Our employer's escape comes first. Don't disturb me. The escorts tried to protect their employer, and those who have not yet figured out the situation. People died, there were explosions everywhere, panic and screams. Those who ran away, bumped into each other, got tangled up, and spouted abuse. In a flash, the auction house became the center of chaos. It was like a scene where someone evil set up a large basin and poured a lot of mud called despair on it. I have to get out of here, too. Since I achieved my purpose of visiting the Kunst auction house anyway, I didn't have to stay here anymore. In addition, there were a lot of invaders, and even black wizards were moving to rob the auction items. In addition, the sound of fighting elsewhere made it clear that there were more other groups involved. Roger, who was trying to escape naturally mixed in between the fleeing crowds, suddenly remembered that he had given Hans a separate instruction. He asked Hans to bring the fragment of the relic. Did he get out safely? Usually, he was a quick-witted guy, so he should have gotten out of the way. Obviously, it was natural to think so, but Roger felt a strange sense of unease. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Oh, what is this? Hans realized that he had fainted for a moment. He felt the texture of the marble on his cheek. When the hell did he fall? He tried to stand up with that in mind. I can't get up. His whole body was drained of energy. When he desperately put strength in his right hand moved properly. He rolled his eyes and looked at his right hand. Where did the sculpture go? His hand, which had held the relic fragment until just now, was empty. Hans raised his head with difficulty. People were lying around, and in between, he could see people in black suits moving like ghosts. The evil smell of death they exhaled was clearer than before. Black wizards. Damn it. Hans lamented to himself. He didn't expect black wizards would rob the Kunst auction house on the same day as them. Is this happening because the blackguards are gone? Hans, who tried to close his eyes and pretend to be dead, suddenly found one of the dark magicians holding the relic piece that he took from him when he fainted. It may seem like a useless thing to just look at, but the black wizards may recognize the value of the fragment. No, you can't. This was something to deliver to his brother. It was not an item those damn black wizards could take. Hans' mouth moved before he thought about how to recover what was taken away in this situation where his body was not moving. Give it to me. Huh? What? He's not dead yet. The black wizard, who took the relic fragment sculpture from Hans, heard Hans murmur and approached him. He used curse magic around him to get rid of all the annoying humans, but he didn't expect there were survivors. Give me that, it's a gift for brother. Oh, this? The dark wizard smiled at Hans, who was staring at him, kicked him hard in the side and started laughing. What do you want me to give you? Hans, whose body was turned upside down, lay down looking at the ceiling. The black wizard, who was trying to kill Hans, smiled when he saw the black veins rising up on his skin. Looking at you, I don't think you'll be able to live long anyway. I'll show you mercy and not kill you myself. He said so, but he meant to let Hans struggle to death in pain, but Hans could not refute any of the black wizard's ridiculous remarks. Huh. Heh. Hans gasped desperately and clenched his teeth. He had no strength in his body and it was hard to breathe. He felt that his body was gradually dying. If it wasn't me who was here, but someone else? What if it were Alex, Pantos, or Arpa? If they were here, they wouldn't have been sprawled on the floor like him. They probably wouldn't have lost the item they had to deliver. I'm weak. The rising helplessness made it difficult to bear the misery. Even if he clenched his teeth and tried to endure it, he couldn't stop the tears from flowing. He was afraid of fighting and only ran away. Then he met Rudger, and he was able to do what he was good at without fighting, but Rudger wasn't here. In his absence, the idiot named Hans was nothing more than a weak coward who could not do anything. Gradually, breathing became difficult and he felt his lungs breaking. The curse left by the black wizards was encroaching his body, but Hans squeezed out all his remaining strength and moved. He took out an object with his trembling right hand. It's a dagger. However, it was different from an ordinary dagger. Ordinary daggers had sharp blades, but this one had a rough ivory tooth instead. Hans looked at it with trembling eyes. Damn it. He thrust the dagger into his abdomen with all his might. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Everyone, escape this way. Calm down. Don't push. Be careful. What are the guards doing? Rudger, who was mixed with the crowds of people escaping, stopped walking while trying to go outside. What? Don't stop. Get out of the way. Ignoring the shouting crowd, Rudger looked back. His sense of anxiety, which had been complaining for a while, sounded the final alarm. From the far back of the auction house, the smell of nightmares that he had encountered a long time ago flowed in the wind. Arrgh. The cry of a beast rang out. Panto stared in the direction of the Kunst auction house. What are you looking at? Alex, who was in the truck loaded with stolen goods, asked when he saw Panto's abnormal behavior. I was looking where we left. Kunst auction house? Why are you looking there? I felt something there. You felt something? Alex also stared at the Kunst auction house. They had already crossed over a few blocks and were blocked by the wall of the building, so he couldn't even see Kunst. What do you feel? Huge prey. What prey? This guy is saying things he doesn't understand again. Is it because he is a Suan? But it's dangerous. What? From its smell and presence, this prey, it's not ordinary. It might be even more dangerous than all the preys I've encountered so far in my life. Panto shut his mouth as he spoke. What? Why did you stop talking? So, it's at the Kunst's auction house? Yes. What really happened to the auction house since Panto said that? There were still their leader, Rudger, and Hans, who went to join him in Kunst. Nothing is going to happen to them, right? No, 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 no. Let's not worry about anything. Alex shook his head, dispelling his anxiety. The day he met Enya, he talked with Rudger separately and asked him one question. Hey, leader. What's wrong? Come to think of it, the leader said Pantos is the second best fighter in our organization. I did. Who's first place then? Is it leader? The answer that came back to Alex, who asked with a playful smile, was completely unexpected. The second place in combat power I mentioned is an evaluation given only to personnel in charge of combat. Of course I'm included. What? Then who's in the first place? Is it me? Alex, you are third. Even so, you maintained good grades at the Knights Academy, so your skills are second to none, but it's not enough to get first place. Is there anyone who can be number one? There is. Who's that? When asked so, the name Roger brought up was completely unexpected. Hans. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hans suddenly recalled what had happened in the past while he felt his mind disappearing beyond the distant darkness. It was quite a while after meeting Roger and pledging allegiance to him. Even though Roger knew about Hans' constitution, he only made him do things that did not include fighting. One day, Hans couldn't resist asking when he saw Roger, who handled everything with his own hands instead of asking for help even in battle. Brother, I have a question. Say it. Why did you accept a coward like me? Hans still didn't understand why Roger, who saw his real ability, refused to take full advantage of it. Rather, he thoroughly ruled out the fighting as if to be considerate of him. I used to run away like a coward even though I have this ability. Is it because it's weird that I accepted you like that? To be honest, that's right. He said this because he couldn't believe him since he had been chased everywhere his entire life and didn't receive anyone's favor until now. Yeah, I'm sure it was. What did my brother say? It's because you're a coward. I know it's because I don't like fights, but it breaks my heart when I hear it from others. No, it's similar, but different. If it's similar, it's similar. What else? Hans, you know very well about your powers. You know how dangerous that power is and how much responsibility there is. Aren't you afraid? I'm afraid you'll hurt someone on your own. For the first time in his life, Hans realized that no words could come out. That's not it. I just don't like fighting, and I'm a coward who ran away because I'm afraid of getting hurt. I should say that, but the words that came out of my mouth were completely different. I was an orphan. He complained with a pitiful voice. When I was a kid, I spent time in an orphanage, but I couldn't get along with people there then either. I had a little sister who took good care of me. She was so bright and cute that she couldn't be compared with a guy like me. If she had grown up, she would have married into a good family. At that time, he recalled himself as a loner even in the orphanage. I killed her. Hans. It was an accident. She brought a dog from who knows where and wanted to show it to me. If the dog hadn't bit Hans' hand then. If he knew his constitution then. If I hadn't accepted her kindness then. That wouldn't have happened. It was a candid remark, but for Hans, what happened that day was a nightmare and trauma that could not be washed away even after a lifetime. It was the first manifestation of the beast factor and Hans, who was a child, couldn't suppress the rushing wild instinct and killed the girl. It was the first murder of my life. He still feels dizzy when he thinks about what happened then. His bloodied figure, his dead friend and the taste of flesh and blood in his mouth. That miserable memory was also a sin he had to carry for his entire life. So even with this ability, Hans kept running away without fighting anyone. He couldn't stand the power of this filthy beast that had trampled on a girl's miserable life. Hans, in life, there will surely be a day in your life that doesn't go your way. Are you cursing me? It's not a curse, but advice. You may one day run into a reality you don't want to face, and if you had that power, you might be able to. What if I run away then? Throw everything away. Hans replied with a forced smile, as if deliberately joking. Perhaps he wanted Roger to rebuke him, but he didn't. That's your choice. As has been the case so far, even if such a moment comes, it's enough to run away. Hans, if that moment comes one day and you run away, I won't blame you. What? Roger didn't say such a thing as I trust you or you can do it if it's you. It only slightly relieved him of his anxiety that he would not hold him responsible for running away. Hans grumbled about what it was, but he couldn't answer with confidence that he wouldn't. I guess it's time for me to die. I don't want to remember the past anymore. Hans scoffed at his own pitiful plight. He thought he had done something worthwhile by meeting a good person after only running away all his life, even if it was something that wouldn't be appreciated in the public. For him, working with Roger was a haven to escape from the trauma of the past. It wouldn't be so bad to die like this. But since it's the last time, let's burn everything. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Roger headed into the auction house, through the crowd flowing outside. The inside was still a mess with people who had not been able to evacuate and intruders who made even more chaos. Kill. Kill them all. You damn people. In Roger's eyes, the forces that attacked the Kunst auction house began to appear one by one. The first people to attack the auction house were criminals who came to rob the valuables. They didn't think of fighting the guards and just packed the valuables. However, some were blinded by greed and tried to take away the ornaments and jewelry worn by the ladies. Black magicians also used black magic in the back. There were also many valuable artifacts at the Kunst auction house. It's something that black magicians would drool over, but even those who protected disappeared, so it made sense for them to come forward. The most problematic thing is those guys who don't aim for things or anything else, and they're purely trying to kill everyone. Those guys who purposely fight even though they don't have to fight. No, they're not fighting, they want to kill the nobles. Roger had met such men once before and immediately guessed who they were. They're the Liberation Army. Since rich aristocrats and businessmen gathered in one place, how can the Liberation Army just let it go? They don't hesitate to bomb themselves if they can kill their enemies. You're going to die. Then the door of a hall opened, and a Liberation Army soldier with a hood on its mouth rushed at Roger. Roger, who already felt the enemy used source code, and shot out a white light at him. The second-tier lightning magic, burning thunder, penetrated the Liberation Army soldier's solar plexus. Cough. Glancing at the fallen Liberation Army soldier, Roger wondered how they could come here. Liberation forces will not be able to fight easily where the silence of fire is maintained because most of them use gunpowder weapons. Have they brought a wizard? But I think they lost a lot of power in the train terror incident. Come to think of it, these guys. Roger was about to approach the fallen Liberation Army soldier when he sensed something and hurried back. His judgment was correct because the body of the Liberation Army soldier, which had fallen just before, exploded with a strong flame. Roger, out of the radius of the explosion, frowned at the sight before him. Is suicide bombing something normal among Liberation Army soldiers? In addition, Roger, who was once subjected to this suicide attack, was naturally aware of their ways, and was fully prepared for it. There was an explosion in a place where the silence of fire was maintained. He had also spread the silence of fire around him, keeping it active all the time, but there was still an explosion in this zone where a magic that suppresses gunpowder action was active. It's not a magic artifact, and I couldn't feel the lingering scent of the unique mana. That means it's a bomb made of pure gunpowder. There was only one such case in his memory. It was a special powder that, silence of fire, doesn't work on. The rebels have it? It was impossible because the special gunpowder, along with the status of James Moriarty in the Kingdom of Delica, was burned and the entire factory was destroyed without even a trace remaining. I thought we had them all removed, but were there any remnants left? And they even joined the Liberation Army? The special gunpowder that the silence of fire does not work on has fallen into the hands of the Liberation Army. Roger had a hunch that it wasn't an ordinary problem, but thought he had to find Hans and get out of here quickly. Then the outer wall of the building collapsed with a rumbling sound and all the lights inside the building went out. Ayaya! Someone's desperate scream resounded from beyond the hallway like the endless throat of a beast. Before Roger could prepare for it, a black shadow flew in, rolled on the floor, and stopped at Roger's feet. Person? It was a man in a black suit, covered with blood. However, the eerie magic that emanated from him hinted that he was no ordinary man. Is this the ominous magic power of a black wizard? They're the ones who raided the auction house. But this is... The wounds engraved on the black wizard body were neither from swords nor from magic, it was more like a trail of countless beast bites. A normal person cannot make such a mark. Did Hans make that? This was the identity of anxiety that he had felt a little while ago. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Oh, my God, my Kunst auction house. Ivan Luke, who completed the evacuation outside, looked devastated as he watched the disturbance inside the building. Black guards were trapped underground, and suddenly black wizards, criminals, and Liberation Army forces appeared and made a fuss. Perhaps because Ivan Luke had barely managed to escape, his hair scattered and several parts were torn and filled with dust. Director, it's all right. The building is still intact and the evacuation of the guests is somewhat over. Guests? Now, wait a minute. Where is she? Where is she? I haven't checked it yet. What are we going to do if the princess is harmed? Hurry up and check it out. Yes. The moment when the deputy was about to leave in a hurry. Oh. From the inside of the building, there was a howl of something. It was like the sound of something huge shouting, or a myriad of beasts shouting at once. The emotions in it were endless hatred, anger, and sadness. People who were watching from the outside shut their mouths and felt tension run over their skin for an instant. The sudden spread of fear brought silence around. What was that? Ah. One wall of the Kunst building collapsed. Considering the 8-story exterior wall and the exceptionally high floor height, it was almost 1.5 times the height of other buildings, so the rubble fell down in an instant. People screamed and fled. What's that? Those who escaped spotted a silhouette beyond the hazy fumes of debris. Wolf? Is that a wolf? It was the head of a black wolf that popped out of the rubble of a broken wall on the 8th floor. They couldn't understand why there was a wolf in the Kunst auction house, but their astonishment did not end there. The wolf's head, which had only been seen at first, began to protrude outward one by one. 1, 2. Eventually, when it grew to more than a dozen, people felt something strange, because the body of the wolf was taking the shape of something else. Hand? It was a huge hand, not a wolf. A huge hand with a beast's head on each finger broke the outer wall again. The debris fell, and a cloud of dust engulfed the surrounding area, but the people were frozen in place and didn't think of running away. He broke down the building of the Kunst auction house and appeared outside. It was a huge black-haired beast with a body height of over tens of meters and had the heads of countless beasts on its body. The head of the body was a terrible shape that looked like the skull of a skinny wolf. Those 3 heads, one on each shoulder, emanated a red glow from the black pupils. Along with the twisted horns hanging over his head and the black mane fluttering in the wind, it was a horrible heterozygous creature that resembled a hellhound entangled with countless creatures. It's him. Someone who recognized the monster said in a trembling voice. He has witnessed with his own eyes what happened in that city 5 years ago. He couldn't forget that monster that still appears in his nightmares. He once appeared in the kingdom of Dermont, summoning countless cryptids, and eating even the elite knights of the kingdom. He was the main character of Blood Night 5 years ago and the nightmare of the city where the incident took place. The beast of Javadan, the king of all violent beasts, was resurrected in Leathervalk. Irender, who had not been able to evacuate the Kunst auction house, had no choice but to grind her teeth as she saw raiders openly targeting her. I shouldn't have come here. I should have just taken a rest in Theon. There she is. There she is. Upon hearing the disturbance, the Liberation Army rushed at her with a ferocious force. For the Liberation Army, Irender, who passed on the blood of the royal family beyond the nobility, was the enemy and goal that must be overthrown. Above all, killing her will alert those hateful royals to the danger and strength of the Liberation Army. The Liberation Army prepared bomb vests and rushed together to die because the silence of fire was of no use now since they had the bombs made with special gunpowder and were no longer helpless against magic. You're too loud. At that moment, it was Casey Selmore who spoke. What? The Liberation Army was perplexed by Casey's sudden appearance in the air. Well, she suddenly emerged from the empty air like a curtain. Irender looked at her too. That's the power of a wizard who received the title, Color. That was Casey Selmore's unique magic of wrapping a thin film of water in the air to distort the light and disappear, the mermaid's raincoat. Releasing it, Casey Selmore immediately pointed her cane at the Liberation Army, which was rushing toward Irender. Stay quiet. At the same time, moisture from the atmosphere gathered around the liberation forces, turned into bubbles, and trapped them all. The Liberation Army, which quickly floated in the air, clenched their teeth and tried to detonate bomb vests on their bodies. It doesn't work? The bomb, which had been intact in the magic of silence of fire, which inhibits the action of gunpowder, failed when it was trapped in the bubble. Casey scoffed at the bewildered Liberation Army. Even if it's special gunpowder, it's useless if it's wet. Casey used the moisture in the atmosphere to make their gunpowder wet. The biggest misfortune for the Liberation Army was that Casey Selmore was present in the place they attacked. Of all things, who would have expected that a powerful wizard who uses the water element would be in the Kunst auction house? Don't be so proud of us for overpowering us. There are still more of our compatriots here. By now. Oh, you mean those people? Casey raised her hand and pointed to one side, looking at the Liberation Army still in high spirits. There, compatriots of the Liberation Army, who had just arrived at the scene, were brutally trampled on by two women and collapsed on the floor. Damn, what the hell is this? As a liberator, he remembered, those two women had little presence, and he didn't even know their names. However, the two women knocked down all of their compatriots without a single wound. In a way, it was natural not to know. One of the two who knocked out dozens of liberators was from the Nightcrawler Knights of the security agency, and the other was Casey Selmore, assistant. Casey, I'm done organizing this side. Betty answered while waving cheerfully, and Enya Joiners, who was by Betty's side, hurriedly approached Arender. Princess, are you feeling well? What? You were with Captain Trina before. Key, it's an honor for me to be remembered by you. I'm Enya, a member of the Nightcrawler Knights. Enya finished introducing herself loudly. If her senior Lloyd was here, he would have scolded her to not advertise the Nightcrawler Knights openly. Arender smiled awkwardly at the foolish and helpless appearance of the woman in front of her since just a moment ago. Enya brutally beat the attackers without changing her expression, which was fitting for the name Nightcrawler Knights that criminals fear the most. And that woman, too. The girl named Betty, who came here with Casey Selmore. She was small and cute like a doll, but surprisingly, she had the power to wield even a giant 3 times bigger than herself in one hand. If Enya was a technical fighter who dealt with the enemy with a long-trained technique, Betty was rough and foolish, and destroyed her opponents with overwhelming force. Where in the world is that tiny, thin body coming from? That's not what's important right now. Arender turned to Casey, who was interrogating one of the captured Liberation Army soldiers. Do you think I'm going to say anything? Well, if you don't, it'll hurt a little. What? You know what? I'm a water wizard. I can only use water magic, but I can handle anything with water. What the hell are you talking about? The soldier seemed to have no knowledge of what a wizard with the color title could do. So Casey Selmore decided to show a little bit. Can you see it? She pointed her fingertips, and moisture gathered from the surrounding area, forming a single drop of water. I can handle water. Of course there's a limit to distance and the quantity, but there's hardly anything more fluid than this water. The drops of water turned into countless fish swimming, and eventually turning into the form of a deer hopping in the air. The deer eventually turned into a winged bird, and while flying in the sky, it turned into raindrops and fell to the ground. The water that fell on the floor evaporated and disappeared. It's like this. As she moved her fingers, the bubbles that trapped the Liberation Army soldiers came closer to Casey. How much moisture do you think there is in the human body? What? The answer is more than 70%. All that blood running through your body is water. Then, if the water boils or freezes, how would it feel? Overwhelmed by Casey staring at him with a creepy look, the Liberation Army soldier screamed. Shouldn't we do something? Arender, who was watching the scene, became anxious and asked Betty. Betty shook her head, saying, It's okay. It's okay. No matter how selfish she is, she doesn't do such a terrible thing. Betty, who was boastful, suddenly remembered the past when she was with her. She was always in pain, swayed by a selfish Casey. Maybe? Then you have to stop her. Just in time, Casey, who finished the interrogation, approached. I've figured out what they're doing. Why do you look at me like that? Oh, no, nothing. Because I trusted Casey. Oh, I was wondering what it was. Like a genius detective, she immediately caught on. Oh, my. Who do you think I am? What I said was just a threat. I don't actually do that, and I don't intend to. Right? You don't have to worry, because I'm not going to do it unless it is someone evil. Doesn't that mean you're going to do it against evil? Unfortunately, in my life, I have yet to meet a man who I would call evil by my standards. Oh, of course there's only one. Did she think of someone at that time? Casey shut her lips and seemed to be lost deep in thought. As soon as she tried to ask something, Casey, who regained her senses, took the lead. Anyway, I think the situation is very bad right now. It seems that all kinds of people got tangled up here while the security was weakened. So it's time to escape. Oh, yes. Princess, I will serve you. Yes, please. Casey patted her chin, checking the faces gathered. That's not a bad combination. 2 forward and 2 backward. Even their individual power is excellent. Irender third princess, who was born with magical powers inheriting the blood of the imperial family, Enya joiners of the Nightcrawler Knights of the Security Agency, where only elites can enter, Betty, her devious but skilled assistant and herself a water wizard with the color title. With this kind of power, they can escape this crowded Kunst auction house safely. Oh. Just as she was thinking so, a scream filled with the joy and despair of a beast rang out in the distance, and she got goosebumps on her skin. The 4 instinctively perceived that the one who made that sound was a very dangerous thing. What was that? Casey replied in an uncharacteristically serious tone to Irender, who spoke in a trembling voice. I don't know what it is, but it's not something a normal beast would make. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. I agree. Let's go. *****. The beast of Gavadan, who appeared while tearing down one part of the building of the Kunst auction house, could not support his huge body and fell on his 4 feet. For him who was considered a wild beast, his arms were closer to those of a human than those of a wild beast. The 3 heads of the black beast glanced around and its tail, full of black mane, disappeared in an instant, leaving a blurry afterimage. Quang! The outer wall of the Kunst auction house exploded and scattered debris in all directions. Aha! Run away! Those who had been frozen by the appearance of an unprecedented monster, only then realized the seriousness of the situation and ran away screaming. The beast slowly stretched out his arms, looking down at the fleeing people with murderous eyes. Krung! Kunk kunk! The heads of innumerable beasts that make up the hands revealed their teeth or howled as they watched those fleeing. People looked back and saw the giant hand approaching them. Avoided everyone. At that moment, a white flash flew in and cut off a finger. The head of the beast on his finger cried painfully and died with his tongue pulled out. The faces of the people who recognized the newcomers were bright. It's the Clockwork Knights. They were elite knights from Leathervalk. Crrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr feelings for humans that suddenly appeared to interfere with him. The Clockwork Knights looked up at the Beast of Gavadan and swallowed their saliva. We suddenly got a report that the auction house had been attacked, but what the hell is that monster? Everyone, be quiet. Whatever it is, we must take down that monster for the safety of the citizens. Only then did his subordinates shut up at the leader's firm order. Each of them raised the output of the horse-shaped magic golem they rode to the maximum. The magic golems twitched as white steam came out. Then the beast moved. Kyo-o-o. The countless beasts on its body were howling all at once, and the Beast of Gavadan raised a huge hand and slammed it towards the Clockwork Knights. Avoid. The horse-shaped magic golems, driven by knights, scattered in all directions. The monster's arm hit the ground and a huge shock wave spread, creating a cloud of dust. The ground hit by the beast's huge palm cracked sharply. Maybe he touched the sewage pipe underground, but water soared through the gap. Quah! But the attack of the beast did not stop there. Its huge tail swung like a whip, stirring mercilessly in all directions. With the sound of the air exploding, the windows and exterior walls of the surrounding buildings shattered, and the ground exploded. The Clockwork Knights focused on avoiding the attacks. The knight commander, who was desperately moving, secretly shed a cold sweat on his back. What a ridiculous speed that doesn't suit his size. Where the hell did that monster come from? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A half-destroyed exterior wall, from where the night sky of Leathervalk can be seen. In the bleak wind, the half-exposed reinforcing bars sway precariously with a squeaking sound, and Rudger stood there, looking down at the scene unfolding under the raging wind. A giant beast with 3 heads and twisted horns with the mouths of a myriad of beasts on his body, it was clearly a cryptid in his memory. But it was not like the guy in the memory, because Rudger got rid of that guy back then. Hans. The crude dagger made of teeth he gave to Hans as an assurance. It was Rudger who gave it, but it was purely Hans's will to use it, and Rudger thought Hans wouldn't use it when he handed it to him. Hans had a good reason, but he eventually used it, and the howling monster in front of him proved it. It wasn't meant to be used lightly. He didn't even have to think about how much trouble he would have to go through to remove that tooth from his body. Hans. The figure of the monster running wildly seemed to be in agony. The beast of Gavaden, no Hans, was in pain, destroying everything around him, but also being hit by the swords of the knights. I can't leave my longtime companion alone like this. I don't like fighting, but I have no intention of avoiding it if I have to. Ater Nocturnus. A black shadow covered Rudger's body along with a black cape that fluttered out behind his back and a black crow beak mask covered his face.